Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Erin Hart, Erin Hart, Erin Hart drives all day. If you want to live from Erin, just flag her, that's okay. Erin Hart drives a bus round the streets all day, picking up all you stragglers and you weirdos on the way. Erin Hart, jump on board with Erin Hart. All you weirdos come to chat and meet all of El Chatty. Erin Hart drives a bus all day, picks you all up and brings you to El Chat. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Josie and Murph, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely. Erin Hart, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hart, she drives a bus all day long. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, people? Jersey Jen. How are you, Jersey Jen? You were quiet yesterday. You must have been busy in work yesterday, Jen. You were very quiet yesterday. Not like you. Normally you're a loudmouth. So nice to see you back. I hope you're doing okay, my darling. Hello, Christine Fortunato. Hello. How are you, my darling? Hope you're doing well with your Italian accent. How are we? Not many here today. It's a Friday. Hands up if you're not feeling it today. Hands up. I think I'm coming down with something. I don't feel 100% today, so we'll see how the day goes on. KD, morning to you. How are you, my darling? Happy Friday. I know. Can't wait for the weekend. Can't wait for the weekend. How is everyone else? Awfully quiet today. What's going on? There you go. That's Jersey Jen. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Jersey Jen. I'll say you were very quiet yesterday. I always worry when you're quiet because you're not very much a quiet person. You're normally a loudmouth. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, hopefully the golf went well for you yesterday as well. KD. Hello, Carol. Hello, stranger. How are you, my darling? I was thinking about you the other day actually, because saying about going to Marshfield. Oh, I got my Marshfield top on, by the way. My Marshfield top. Because see, I love this top. It's one of my favorite tops. I wear it all the time. Yeah, what are we going to do in Marshfield? I think there's a few of us coming to Marshfield on the 25th, I think. So I don't know what's to do with Marshfield, but we'll be, I think we're going to come in the morning and stay for a while, have lunch or something in Marshfield, I think. I'm not sure what there is to do there, though, but we're coming to Marshfield. I know yourself, Kathleen, Peter is from there as well. So, yeah. Can he wait? Hope you're doing well, my darling. I'm very sleepy today. Long and very hot day yesterday golfing. I can imagine. Yeah, is it does take a lot out of you, doesn't it? Yeah, I know you're busy. It's just I was just saying you're not normally very quiet. You're normally a loud mouth, So it was obviously we knew that you weren't here. So hi Jen, good to see you. There you go. Love it from Carol. Jersey Jen, do you have a YouTube? She does not, Christine. She does not. There's a microbrewery we could check out. Well, some people like that. I don't drink. I won't be drinking, but I will always check anything out. Yeah, I'm not sure. I said to some people, let's do some lunch in Marshfield, and I think me and Tim are going to come down fairly early in the morning. But then we got a Turtle Boy Halloween the night before. Oh, I don't know. We'll arrange something. We're pretty easygoing. I'm easygoing with everything. So yeah, it'd be nice to come down for a few hours, see what's going on in Marsh Vegas. When I speak to Peter Murphy, he's like, "Oh, Marsh Vegas." I'm like, "All right, okay." But I'm looking forward. It doesn't matter about Marshfield. I'm just looking forward to seeing you, Carol. Looking forward to seeing everybody. It'd be nice to, even if it's just lunch or whatever, it'll always be nice to see you. No love. Chris Jersey Jan says, Christine, she doesn't feel the love. There's no love here. Right, we are on the last day of this trial. Well, not last day. Do you know what I mean? It's closings today. I'll have chocolates. You are the best. People say to me, why are you so fat? I was like, fucking Carol. She keeps giving me chocolate. They are the best chocolate. You know they're the best chocolate, though. They're the best chocolates. Is this? Oh, anyway, we'll touch base before then, anyway. But yeah, they are. That's how I'm fat because Carol feeds me chocolates. Dylan, do you have any fun plans for the weekend? No, I'm feeling ill. I was just going to watch college football Saturday, NFL Sunday. Well, coming down with something. When you feel not great. I don't have a channel. She feels loved though. KD also was J Mucky. Yes, she was. Hopefully she's feeling okay. Yeah, she is battered and bruised. Battered and bruised. But she'll get there. She'll get there. She will get there. She's just worn down a little bit. She's got a half day in work today, so she might join us later on today, depending on, excuse me, how long we're on verdict watch for. So we'll see. But yeah, she was in here. She always sends the love. Jersey Jen, I feel the abuse. Motherfuckers. I know. It's always the abuse equals love, Jersey Jen. You know that. And if anyone is new to the stream, then I was going to say probably 90%, but actually probably 100% of the chat are made up of nosy bitches. So people were surprised, like, oh, nosy bitches, what's that? People who are always nosy, but I love them because I'm exactly the same. Just I call myself a nosy bitch as well. So yeah, so there we go. Oh, is it? There was audio. No, they've gone back again. So they are in court. Closing arguments are starting in 5 minutes, allegedly. Well, to be fair, I think the jury arriving in 5 minutes, and then they're going to start after that. So we'll see. We'll see what we do all day. Oh, good. Half a day. We'll give a nice little extra weekend, rest of recuperation for JMac. Yes, that's true. And she's got all weekend to recover them. But she's supposed to go to Clemson this weekend to see her son. Her son is 21 on Sunday, but she can't go. I think the travel is just too much for her. So unfortunately, she won't be going. But she's going another weekend. Nosy bitch. Yep. Nosy B. What's B? Nosy bitch. Jersey Jen, you have settled right in since you've been here. You are up front on that bus, on Erin Hack's bus. You are right up there in the window, licking windows. licking windows in the yellow bus, Jersey Jen. You're in the front row there. But as I say, you were quiet yesterday. Obviously busy in work, I know. You're busy in work. And a few people can't be here today, stuff on, so we'll see. They don't know if it's going to be streamed, Carol. They don't know if it's going to be streamed, the motion. Jackson's there already. Jackson's in Boston. He was on Billy Bush last night. And I think, yeah, he's going to be, I think he's in, or he's on the way to Boston, whatever. But I'm not sure. They're not sure if it's going to be streamed or yet not. Or yet not. Or not yet. So if it is streamed, yeah, probably will. I might not play live. I might play it like on catch up or something. But yeah, I will. I'll be trying to cover it if I can. But there might be a Zoom link. No one actually really knows, to be quite honest with you. From what I have heard, is they're gauging how much interest there is in the trial before applying to see, because obviously civil trials are not normally televised, but there's a high probability that this one will be televised if there's enough interest. Now, my also understanding was that this isn't the Karen. Was this because this one's the O'Keefe one, isn't it? She's put a motion in against the O'Keefe or something. I don't actually 100% understand because there's so many things going on. She's going to have another civil trial as well. So there's a lot going on that I don't actually know. I need to sit down and look everything up to see what's going on. But yeah, I will. But if not, the usual. Everyone will be. Every single YouTuber is going to be covering it. So I might not cover it live. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I am, interested in it. And if it does get streamed as a trial, I'll definitely be covering it, So, but yeah, we'll see. Because we've also got the death penalty phase of this trial coming up. So, so we've asked Court TV and they haven't confirmed yet. So unless they have now. So Court TV have said that they will be there, but they haven't confirmed if they're streaming it, is my understanding. But to be fair, that was before Jackson's interview with Billy Bush. So I am behind on the information on that. So quite possibly they will be then. But the last I heard, they were going to be there. Court TV were there, but they weren't guaranteed that they were going to be filming it. They were capturing it, but might not be doing it live. However, that may well have changed now, as you say. So they're definitely there to capture everything, but whether it's live or not, I don't know. I saw on X that it was confirmed they have got cameras there, yes. No, they definitely got camera. They had definitely have a camera in there. But last we heard, they hadn't confirmed if the camera was going to be played live or if it was going to be played as, sometimes they record it and then afterwards they play it, But that was yesterday afternoon. You probably have more details than me, Katie, in fairness. I did not watch Billy Bush. So, and Jackson would know better than me. So if he says, because I find it weird, why wouldn't they do it live? But then it might be because the judge doesn't want to do it live. I don't know. But hopefully it is live. So hopefully it is live. Again, if I don't play it live, I'll play it at some point, So, yes, they record snippets on the show later, because that people we keep asking them for confirmation, and as I say, as of yesterday afternoon, there was no response. But that obviously from yesterday afternoon to today, it's a different ball game. They may have all come out and say, yeah, we're going to be live and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a matter of watch this space. We'll we'll have to keep an eye out if they confirm it'll be a live stream. Well, if not, then there will be Zoom links. So if the judge allows it, there will be a Zoom link to play it. I imagine. So if Court TV aren't doing it, they if the judge says yes, if the judge allows live streams, then Court TV will do it. But there will also be a Zoom link. So then you'll probably say no to the Zoom link. I have no idea. But if it's on, we'll we'll see something. By the way, Jackson's told Billy he missed all of us. I know for sure he means me too. There you go. Yes, he does mean UKD. He does mean UKD. If I remember correctly, KD, you donated to Karen. If I remember correctly, didn't you? I don't remember everything, but I'm pretty sure you did donate to Karen. Or was it for me? I don't remember what you did. So anyway, even if you didn't, you still everyone's a part of it, in one way or another. Oh, it's been a long day today already. Been shopping, been doing lots of stuff today. I'm tired. I should unmute this. Okay, so the defendant's in there, fine. Just got to wait for the actual jury to come in now then, I suppose. Right, please make sure you like the video though. Not everybody's liked it yet. Okay, there. I just got to put a timestamp in for that. I did donate to Karen several times. I thought you did. I thought I'd seen that you had. I did donate to you as well for lunch one day through Tracy. I think, yes. She bought, we had lemonade. Yes, we had lemonade. It was refreshing. I needed it. It was a hot day. And I remember Tracy said something. She paid for everyone's lemonade. And that was you. Yes. I remember now. Yes. In the cafe, in the bookstore. It was gorgeous. We needed that. Thank you, Katie. We needed that 100%. I remember Tracy saying that. No, I know you don't need praise, but we are always grateful. Do you know what I mean? Always grateful for stuff like that. It means a lot. It means a lot. Let me tell you, as somebody that was there, it means a lot to the people. So I know Karen loved it as well. Good morning. How are you doing, Dave? I'm well. Hope you're doing well, Dave. Blue collar Dave. What's the crackle? Fuck in what? Is there a crackle? Is my audio gone? Has my audio gone, Jersey Jen? Oh, for fuck's sakes. For frig's sakes.
You want the bathroom break at that point? Yeah, it's probably.
You're a fucking bitch. Because do you know what? Oh, were you here when I had all that issues with audio? Oh, like that. I nearly tore my hair out with that yesterday. Hours of trying to fix my stream. So yes, you are a bitch. Fuck's sakes. You got me though, Jen. You got me. There you go. Thank you. Jen did get me. Fucking like Katie got everybody the other day. Like, was it you, Katie, that told everyone there's a verdict and everyone's like dropped everything and there wasn't a verdict? I've never seen somebody so hated as Katie was in that moment. No, God, thank you, Dave. Thank you, everyone. Right.
Going to be about 10:45 or 11 o'clock at that time anyway. It'd be appropriate time for the jurors for a restroom break. Any other issues to address before we get started? We'll go off the record just waiting for do you want them to fill out their menu?
Yeah, so the real bitch has arrived. Here she is, Lady Di. I'm listening on TV and I thought you called me when you said bitch. I said, I haven't done anything yet anyway. I messaged you back as well. I messaged you back last night, Lady Di. If you can send me through those documents, I would be great. But there's no rush whatsoever for those documents because I'm not going to read them until probably next week. Now I'm seeing some streetwalkers here somewhere. Can I send some streetwalkers? Hippie chick, Lady Di, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. Hey, hippie chick. Hippie chick and Lady Di here. So Spacey Stacy's going on holiday, I think, because...
One thought I had.
Oh, shit. Shut up, Judge. Because I've not seen her yesterday today. It's not like her. But she's going on holiday, so I think she might have gone on holiday already.
And I don't want to sound presumptuous. I really don't, but I think it's prudent we address this issue at this time. When we do send back the jury to deliberate, 4 alternates are going to be temporarily released, conditionally released on if there is a second phase. So it's probably behooves us to think about when we would start that, Monday or Wednesday.
We request Wednesday, Judge, so that we can get everybody flown in.
What do you think?
might need later than Wednesday, Judge. This might be more of an issue that we could handle this morning.
Okay.
Maybe it should be better addressed once the jury goes out. I see that my investigator is here who's going to help corral the Connecticut witnesses. I think he will have some information for the court.
Okay.
So it might take more than just a handful of minutes.
Okay.
And it might end up with us asking for a later date than Wednesday.
Well, then I could say at least Wednesday.
Yes,
So the default
correct.
position would be Wednesday.
Yes.
Zara P, Zara P,
All right,
Zara
now
P,
I'll be
P,
open-minded to play that by ear.
Zara P,
Of course, I'd love to
Zara
wrap
P,
this
Zara
up if that does happen next week, because after that, I've got dockets that would need to be covered dramatically by other judges, which if that has to happen, that has to happen. Also, the longer we go, the more we risk unavailability.
No, so the state rested and the defense rested, no witnesses whatsoever, and the defendant did not. So they did the jury instructions last night. They got a little bit left today, but then today is just going to be closing arguments and then verdict. So that's it, Katie. Hey, Katie, if you'd like to help along this trip to Boston or just in general, and if you'd like to help the channel, then, you know, the best ways to always help this channel is through GoFundMe, PayPal, Buy Me Coffee. That's obviously the best way for me to keep the majority of the money. But we never turn down memberships or super chats, you know. But yeah, I need to promote this more because everyone always tells me I'm shit at promoting this. But I will. I have promoted it now. So there you go. Morning, Sarah P. How are you, my darling? Morning, Mary. Mary, quite contrary. How are you, Mary? Hope you're doing well, my darling. There you go. Marky, how are you doing, sir? Hope you're doing well. No car crashes on the streets, hopefully, today. Feet look after. But yeah, hope you're doing well, brother. Right.
Jurors too, but that helps me to say if you do return, it will be at least Wednesday.
Judge, what? I'm sorry.
Tuesday's a holiday. Yeah.
I've never done this before, but what happens if in penalty phase, one of the jurors goes wayward?
One of the actual jurors,
Yes, sir.
the alternates are going to be coming back and sitting through the entire penalty phase, so they're alternates for the penalty phase.
Okay,
too.
so they stay.
I keep them under the rules about communication, media, and so forth. So they're alternates for a penalty phase as well, if there is one. Yeah, which is why I need to know when, you know, to tell them that. And that's one of the questions they usually have to explain that to them. If there is a penalty phase, you're an alternate for that too. So even more reason why we appreciate you being here. And that's part of the reason. But the good news is you all elected to have 4, which is the most I've ever used. But that gives you extra insurance if you do wind up having a longer delay.
I can't see how any other procedure could be adopted yet, of course. It permits the possibility of an alternate who did not concur in the verdict participating in the penalty phase.
But that's not problematic legally because we do so many resentencings.
Right.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Same thing, just years between instead of days. We do so many of those. And the jurors are still filling out their questionnaires? Oh, their lunch menu request.
Lunch menu requests. Happy days. Hello, Julie. How are you, my darling? Why did this just crash? Let me just check. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, Shaggy. How are you, Julie? Is it just me who does the judge of the... Is this live now? Independent look a little... I think it's the same... They're from, like... I don't know what they are. I don't remember. But I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean, yes. Let me find this. There's something about Mary. Hello, Mark. Hey, Julie. I'm okay. We're very, very well. We're very well, thank you, Julie. Burwell. I love that. Burwell. What a name. Hi, good morning. There you go. Yeah, so I don't know. So, yeah, so there's... What holidays are on Tuesday? Have you guys got holidays or something? What is it, or is it just a Georgia thing? Florida thing. Oh, there's holidays on Tuesday. That's weird. I've never heard of like a holiday day on Tuesday. But then saying that, you Americans are weird, so what can I say? Not here in North Carolina. Thank you. Thank you, Jersey Jen. Burwell is French. Bonjour, Julie. Comment tu? No, that's what's your... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bonjour, au revoir. Oui, oui. Merci. See, that's my French. One of my best friends, his mother was a French teacher, taught me French. That's all I know. Sarah. Yeah, I think Stacey said she was going camping, so she may have gone camping. I just hope she's okay. I'm not sure if you in the US have got this, but there's a lot of illness bugs going around. I feel ill today. I don't feel good today. One of my nieces was off school all week. She went back yesterday. So yeah, there's something going around. I don't know what it is though. Lady Di, wait, what holiday? I don't know. The judge said there's a holiday on Tuesday. There's a holiday on Tuesday. So I don't know. Right. Also, whilst we have got so many nosy bitches in the chat, right, and most of you will know the answer or may not. So, what?
Juror Busa or Busa.
Shut up, Judge. I'm talking. I'm speaking. What time is the hearing for Karen Reid on Monday? Does anyone know the civil case? What time is it on Monday? I'm just intrigued if anyone knows. And if anyone knows, it's you nosy bitches that will know. The judge said it, didn't he? Judge said the holidays on Tuesday. The commissioner didn't waste any time sending me my new jury duty summons. Oh, no. Oh, Martin Luther King Day. But isn't that the whole America then? Why isn't no one else got it then? North Carolina and stuff.
See, number 6, who is not an alternate juror, just wrote me a note. Judge, for an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. My son was expelled from his school yesterday, so I would like to be an alternate juror if possible, so I can work on, I think that word is personal, but it's very odd. Home with my son. You can look at the note in case I'm not reading her handwriting correctly, but I think that's what it says. It says Christine Busa, 15th, 2025.
That's the juror that's been sitting on the ground.
Correct. Do you want me to bring her in so we can inquire as far as whether she can continue to
Yes.
concentrate on the trial, given that situation with her son being expelled?
Yeah, I know because we're in favor of, I think, possibly keeping her.
What does the defense want? Do you want me to inquire of her?
Can we have just 1 minute? Josh?
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
The expulsion of the son is the reason why she cannot continue?
She wants to be-
She wants to be for an alternate. I'm just verbatim.
There's no doubt in my mind that you're wrong, but you know, I still like the fact that you took a guess anyway.
For an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. Just kind of old English, because the verb is at the end. For an alternate juror, I'd like to volunteer. My son was expelled from his school yesterday, so I would like to be an alternate juror if possible, so I can work on personal hardships at home with my son.
Well, and I wonder also, once she hears the schedule, that she's gonna have Monday off, she's gonna have Tuesday off.
Correct.
And then also, the alternates are supposed to come back all next week anyways.
Correct.
I don't
It may
know
not
if
be a
saves
problem.
her or anything.
It may not be a problem for her, but you want to, I'll bring her in, you can inquire. Or I can inquire and then allow you to ask questions if you want.
You defer to the defense.
My concern is, just neutrally, my concern is it's on her mind and she's writing a note before the closing arguments. That's my concern, whether it's a distraction.
So he wishes to swap places with alternate number one. I mean, is that what we would do?
Who is alternate number one?
Alternate number one is. Well, I wasn't considering really granting that request to make her an alternate. We could, if you all agreed to do that, we could.
No, we don't agree, Judge.
Right. So do you want me to inquire of her?
Yes.
The state does. Does the defense want to inquire of her?
We don't want to inquire of her, Judge. I mean, again, I don't know that, I don't think it saves her any time. She's still going to be forced to be here as an alternate.
True, although the state's suggestion might be correct in that once I tell her the schedule, she may feel better. She may be more able to concentrate on your arguments,
Yes.
especially leave her on the jury. Let's bring in Ms. Booth. If there is a penalty phase, it would begin at least on Wednesday, so she would have that time to do that.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
definitely correct.
I do intend to ask her, though, to be sure, is this a distraction for you? Can you still give the case 100% attention? All right. Good morning, Ms. Seat. Got your note, discussed it with the lawyers, and wanted to tell you what the other jurors don't know. If there is a penalty phase in the case, if there is a penalty phase, it would start at least on Wednesday. It might even be later than Wednesday, but that would give you, with your son.
Yes, like you can on Monday, Tuesday, and
Exactly. Does that help you?
It does.
Okay, great. And you could continue to focus 100% on the case.
Yes.
Very good. If you proceed back to the jury room, I'm glad that helps you. All right, so I'm going to make this Court's Exhibit 2, the juror note. And we're good with that. And have they filled out their Chick-fil-A menus? Okay.
Okay.
They're ready to go? You all ready for the jury to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you all
very
ready for
good.
this? Are you all ready for this? I'm feeling ill today. We had this discussion earlier. Yeah. We said exactly what you just said. We don't know yet if they're going to be live streaming. They're definitely recording it, but whether they're live streaming, we don't know yet. But they're definitely recording it, so there will be coverage of it. So, right. Also, can we make sure that we get a bit more sympathy for my illness? I'm here with you all today, and I feel sick. You know, so if we can give a bit more sympathy, you're the best. Thanks for being here. You're simply the best. You're a trooper. You're amazing. We love you. That would be great. Thank you. You know. No, I got a bug. I think I feel ill. I feel sick. Sarah P. I'm not man flu. If it's man flu, I wouldn't be recording today. Do you know what I mean? So I just feel sick. Thank you, Rhonda. See, Rhonda, you're so sweet. Sarah P's just taking the piss, like, you know. Also, let me just tell you this morning, a quick story this morning. I obviously had my blood test this morning. I had to take blood. I had the older woman who took it last time, and she remembered me. She goes, "Oh, there's a handful of people I remember, and you are one of them," she said. You're hard to, you're always hard. I was like, yeah, I'm always hard, but you're hard to get veins for. So she found the vein and then it disappeared. So then she prepped. So in the end, she stuck it in, and then she wiggled it a little bit, and then she found it and pulled it. It was fine first time. But yeah, it she did it first time, but she did remember me. She goes, you go small wiggly veins that are very deep. I was like, I know. Right, let's get back into the trial before Daffodil comes in. We don't want to see Daffodil here. Daffodil, always with Will. Daffodil, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me.
Of the
With
attorneys.
Will and
I want to
Bill.
reiterate to you something I told you at the beginning of the trial before we even started with the opening statements. What the lawyers say to you in their opening statements and their closing arguments is not evidence. The evidence at this time is closed, but the closing argument serves a different purpose than the opening statement. It allows the attorneys to argue the case to you or sum up the evidence, as it's sometimes referred to. They're going to be commenting on the evidence that's in the record that you've heard already, and you've decided as far as which you're going to decide what the actual evidence of this case is in order to persuade you to see the case from their perspective. Each side will have equal time, but the state, as the plaintiff with the burden of proof, is allowed to divide its time between an opening closing argument, if you will, and a rebuttal closing argument, if you will, after the defense attorney has spoken. And the state may proceed with its closing argument. Thank you.
Think back to jury selection, and we asked the same question of everybody here. And that was, if you're selected as a juror on this case, can you keep your word and follow the law? Remember that?
Yeah.
Can you keep your word and follow the law? Nothing matters more. If you had given us any indication that you couldn't do that, you wouldn't be here today. Nothing matters more. So that begs the question, well, what's the law? What's the law? Well, here it is. This is what the judge told you yesterday. And it's what is within the jury instructions that you're going to get back with you. So these are the elements of the two crimes that we have. So first, and it's very straightforward. Tania Wise is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Jose Soto-Escalera. And there was a premeditated killing of Tania Wise. So the period of time, and the law defines premeditation. Now I'm going to give you the full instruction here in a few minutes, but focus in on this. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. And then there's going to be another question on the verdict form, which is, was a weapon used? Okay, very, very straightforward. Next, first degree murder of an unborn child. Jose Soto-Escalera caused the death of the unborn child, Tania Wise, by killing Tania Wise. His killing of Tania Wise was first degree murder, and an unborn child is exactly what you would think. And so now we get into the evidence of the case, right? So anytime you're looking at a case like this, you're looking at some broad themes. The broad themes, number one, you want to look at motive, right? Never an element. Motive is never an element for any crime. However, it's highly relevant, right? Highly relevant evidence, never a motive. Next, you have opportunity, right? Was there an opportunity for this defendant to commit these crimes? And next, and perhaps most significant, is intent, right? We got to prove intent. One, that it was an intentional killing. And number two, that not only was it an intentional killing, but it was done with premeditation. And so when you look at all this evidence, you got to be sure to look at it through the lens of reasonable doubt and through the objective lens of the jury instruction, the law, right? We're not here to be swayed by our emotions. We use our brains that we have, and we view things through the law with critical analysis. So, and remember, the starting point is common sense, right? We never forget, we never throw out our common sense here in the middle of a jury trial. And the starting point is this: people who have nothing to hide have no reason to lie, right? People who have nothing to hide have no reason to lie. Remember, as the jury in the case, you are the fact finders. You are the fact finder. You figure out what evidence is credible and what is not. Who told the truth and who didn't. Only you can answer that. Only you can answer that. Who told the truth? So first, we start with this. Here we are, Jose Soto-Escalera. He's sitting there August 25th, 2018, and he's being interviewed by Detective Newman and Detective Cannon. And this is what he says.
Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did. What do you mean? No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like, God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her? No. Never had sex with her?
No. And to God.
Okay. That was his statement two days after the homicide of Tania Wise and her unborn child, right? Here he is. He's talking to Detective Newman, and that's what he says. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. Weighing the evidence instruction. We all talked about it in jury selection. How do we figure out who's telling the truth and who's not? Here it is, right here. One of the questions: does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? In other words, was it confirmed and corroborated, meaning that it's truthful, or is there evidence that contradicts it, meaning that it's false? Well, remember what Wayne Walker testified to. He testified that the probability of Jose Soto-Escalera being the parent of the unborn child Josiah is 99.9999999%. Right? So right there, we have him, the defendant, flatly contradicted by the DNA evidence in the case. So we have him lying. Okay? But to be clear, that doesn't make him a murderer, right? That doesn't make him a murderer. He's lying, but that doesn't make him a murderer. But he's lying in the middle of a criminal investigation. He's lying in the middle of a criminal investigation. So what else do we have? What else suggests that this defendant had the motive to kill Tania and her unborn child? Well, as you recall, we have the defendant's statements all the way back to August 21st of 2018. Norma Campos from the FBI testified to this. Remember, the crime happens on August 23rd, 2018. So here we are, 2 days later, session 3 of 39. And here's the defendant talking to Eric Alvarado, his nephew. And what does he say? She's pregnant from that little a-hole that works there. She says it's mine, supposedly. I can't take any chances. I can't take any chances. I lose everything. I'm going to blow her brains out so she doesn't talk. I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I am going to lose everything. If there's some concern about who's saying what during these videos, well, we know who said it. There's only 2 guys in the truck. I have to do it. Eric, this comes directly from the words of that defendant, Jose Soto Soto-Escalera comes directly from his mouth. I'm going to lose everything. And then he goes on, if my wife found something like that out, oh my God, bro, I lose everything, bro. I lose everything. Remember, as we discussed in jury selection, our lives are a reflection of our choices, right? Our lives are a reflection of our choices. He chose to do this. He chose to do these crimes. On August 21st, 2018, you see the genesis of this plan. He chose to do these crimes. Had he simply been accountable, would we even be here again? So we know he has a motive. We know he has the motive now because it comes directly from the horse's mouth. Did he have an opportunity to commit these crimes? Did he have an opportunity to commit these crimes? Okay, so because somebody can have a motive to kill somebody, but again, that doesn't make him a murderer, right? So we got to look next to whether he had an opportunity. So then we have Agent Kelly D.P. Trantonio from the FBI, and she comes in and she testified, and she said, listen, I took the cell phone data from both of the phones of the defendant and the phone of the victim that she was using at the time. So we have the defendant right here. This is his home on Southwest Cactus. And at 8:11, we have him right there. Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, he's at his own house, right? So the question is, remember, what's corroborated and what's not, right? So the question is, how do we know that the FBI agent was accurate? Or how do we know that her testimony was accurate? Well, if you recall, yesterday we called two witnesses that were very, very quick, right? Two witnesses very, very quick. We had a witness who was a neighbor of the defendant and a witness who was a neighbor of the victim, right? And they came in, they were maybe 5 or 10 minutes long each. And you got to think, man, geez, that was quick testimony. Maybe it wasn't that important. Well, it turns out it was incredibly important. Why do I say that? Because what they said in the videos that they were able to produce confirms and corroborates Kelly's analysis. Why do I say that? Well, because here we are on Southwest Cactus, next door neighbor, we see a truck leaving at 8:11, which is within the time frame that Kelly was able to find, right? She was able to find these times and these geolocations at that time in her analysis. Well, why is that important? Because take a close look at this truck, and what do you see there? You see a fog light, right? Keep that fog light in the back of your mind. Keep that. I want to return to that fog light, but we can clearly see a fog light right there. Just file that away for a second. And then we go up to Tania's home, right? And here we are at Tania's home, and Elizabeth Bedolla, the mother of Tania, the grandmother-to-be of Josiah. And what does she say? She's the last person to see Tania alive. She says around 8 p.m. or maybe shortly thereafter, right? So she's the last person to see Tania alive. Important witness. And what does she say? Remember, Agent Kelly's testimony, 2 phone calls were made that provided sufficient data for the phone's geolocation to be determined in a more precise manner, right? Because in 2018, we have the cell phone data. It's not what it is today. Can it give it puts us in the ballpark. It's not 100% accurate. Nothing is, but we do have very good data. And at 8:25, who is talking to Tania Wise? That will be a good question. Who is the victim talking to? Who is the victim talking to shortly before her death? Who is she with? The defendant. Right? The defendant. He makes these 2 phone calls, or actually one to him and one from her at 8:25. at 8:25, and that puts the defendant at her house. So he's calling her. Not only is he calling her, but he's right there at her home. He's right there at her home, right? And the question that I would have is, wait a second, if this defendant had nothing to do with these murders, right? If he had nothing to do with these murders, then why is he at her home? And why is he making phone calls to her right after Elizabeth Bedolla saw her leave that house? And so again, wait a second, but we need corroboration, right? We need corroboration. How do we know that Agent Kelly is right about this? How do we know that this is accurate or not? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the neighbor of Tanya, we pulled her in. And guess what? Surveillance video from their house. What does it show? At 8:26, we see a truck leaving Larchmont Lane. Right there. Right there. So now, not only are we confirmed and correct, not only does the phone data show us that these people are together, having spoken to each other and having been at the right places, but the video surveillance data flatly confirms and corroborates the video surveillance flatly confirms and corroborates the phone data. So we know that they were together at the time, and we know that that truck, the defendant's truck, was used in this crime. Not anybody else's, the defendant's truck. How do I know that? How do we know that? What other evidence confirms and corroborates that the defendant's truck and no one else's was used in this crime? Here's why. Do you remember William Muller? Right? And it's easy to get caught up in this case because the state, we've provided multiple expert witnesses. We've had DNA folks, we've had translators, we've had a guy that did tire impressions, all this lengthy testimony, and it's easy to overlook somebody who takes a stand for 15 minutes, right? He was on there for 15 minutes day one. And it's easy to overlook somebody like that. But man, his testimony was incredibly important. Why do I say that? Because here, what is William Mullen doing? He lives in Vero and he's driving home. He's driving back and forth from home and work on the night of the homicide, right? August 23rd, 2018, late at night, he sees a silver full-size truck. His testimony was he sees a silver full-size truck on Russos Road, which is your crime scene, right? He has no idea who these people are, but he sees that truck. And what does he see? It caught his attention because the truck turned on its fog lights, and he thought it was odd. That's what he testified. He just thought it was odd. He turns on these fog lights, right? And he just thought it was odd. And so he makes a mental note of it, right? He makes a mental note of it. The truck, he sees the truck, drives slowly off, and then he goes home. And what does he say? When he returns the next day, he's on the same route. He drives by and he sees a crime. He sees all kinds of sheriff's officers, sheriff's deputies, and a crime scene unit. And he comes to them and he says, hey, I don't know if this is important or not, but this is what I saw. I saw a silver truck, and it was odd because it turned its fog lights on. Okay. Somebody who doesn't know anybody. He's a completely independent witness, and he's simply telling you what he saw, right? First question, do you have any reason to doubt that testimony? Is there any reason to disbelieve William Mullen? And the next question is, he also, remember, he had a chrome wheel, so he was right on that. The next question is, how do we know that it's the same Dodge Ram? Well, here's the defendant's truck as it was being searched at a search warrant. Here's the defendant. Here's a truck that leaves the defendant's home at 8:11 p.m. that night. We see fog lights that match. we see that it was a 4-door truck that matches, and we can also see the chrome on the wheels. William Mullen was right. William Mullen was right on the money. William Mullen is confirmed and corroborated every which way to Sunday. He was absolutely right. So now we know that the defendant not only had a motive, now we know that he had the opportunity. In part 3, now we know that his vehicle was involved in this crime. Well, how do we know that? Remember, both of the phones are together near the crime scene based on the data from Agent Kelly. What's happening here? Both of these phones are moving together first, which is significant. They're both together, and they're both moving north from Tania's residence to the crime scene of Johnson and Russo's. Significantly, the defendant's statement on August 25th, 2018 to Detective Newman was what? They asked him, you remember what he said? He said, oh no, I wasn't up there. I was off Selvas Road in Port St. Lucie, right? I was off Selvas Road in Port St. Lucie when this went down. And we know that just like his story about not having sex with Tania, just like his story, we know that that's flatly refuted by the objective phone data in this case. So now we're up to 2 significant lies. He lied about his motive and he lied about opportunity. Now we start taking a very, very close look at Jose Soto-Escalera as the person who murdered a pregnant woman. Why would the defendant lie about his location on the night of a double murder? If he had nothing to do with this, if he had nothing to do with these crimes, why is he lying about this? Right? Why is he lying about this? And then the next question is, well, wait a second. Okay, let's say you're very cynical and you say, okay, wait a second. I need some scientific evidence to back this up, all right? I mean, I need some scientific evidence. Is there any scientific evidence that implicates this defendant? Of course there is. Of course there is. What do we have? August 31st, 2018. They go and they swab the front passenger side headrest of the silver Dodge Ram. And what do they find? What do they find on the front passenger side headrest of the defendant's silver truck? Tania Wise's DNA. Okay. Tania Wise's DNA. What else do we find? If he had nothing to do with these crimes, if he's innocent, what's her blood doing in his car? What else do we find? Okay, here we go. Exhibit 29, a section of carpet. They took that out on September 24th. The major contributor, Tania Wise. Tania Wise. So now not only do we know, now we've established motive, now we've established opportunity, and now we've established that this truck was involved in the crime. Tania was not strangled, right? Tania was the victim of a brutal murder, whereas Dr. O'Neill testified a substantial loss of blood was a result of a crush injury to her head and a sharp force injury to her neck, 2 sharp force injuries. There would have been a significant amount of blood, and some of it ended up in his vehicle. Okay, so now let's take a look at intent, right? So now we have motive, we have opportunity. Now let's take a look at intent. Did he intend to kill her? And then if the answer to that is yes, was this a premeditated killing? So again, here is what the judge is going to tell you, or already told you, I'm sorry. This is the full and complete definition of premeditation. It's killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between, there must be enough time to allow reflection by the defendant. And think back to jury selection. We had all talked about the stoplight, right? And we had all agreed, yeah, during that, when your foot goes from the in that no man's land, and you make the call as to whether or not you're going to push the brake or whether or not you're going to push the accelerator and go through and see if you can beat the stoplight, that's a premeditated act. You are making a deliberate, conscious choice. Remember, it's a choice that we make. We make thousands of them every day, some good, some bad. That's a choice that we make. And this choice is done with premeditation. So we don't have, in this case, we don't have seconds worth of premeditation. We have days worth of premeditation. Remember the testimony from the FBI translator, from both translators. We have days worth of testimony. And let's not forget Kenneth Barron. Kenneth Barron, if you recall, he was another one of those witnesses that was about 15 minutes long, right? And Kenneth Barron is working at Waste Pro, and he's a garbage truck driver along with this defendant. And he had known him for years. And Kenneth Barron's testimony was interesting because what does he say? He says, listen, that defendant who I've known for years approached me 2 to 4 weeks prior to these murders. Not 2 to 4 days, not 2 to 4 hours, 2 to 4 weeks prior to these murders. And he starts asking him about a ghost gun, right? He's asking about a ghost gun. He wants an unprovable or untraceable gun. And you got to stop and ask yourself, why would anybody want such a thing, right? What's the point of having a gun that cannot be traced back to you, right? Why would he discuss this? Okay, there could be many reasons. I'll concede that. There could be many reasons. He could just be running his mouth. But it could have some nefarious intent. But let's just keep that. It's a piece of the puzzle. Is it going to carry the day? No, it's not going to carry the day. But it's a piece of the puzzle. It gives you some insight into this defendant's mind in the weeks leading up to the murder of a pregnant woman. That's what it does. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the words of the defendant himself. Right? Let's take a look at what he said, that he was going to do, what he said that he had done. The starting point is Norma Campos and Rose Rosario. Norma has worked with the FBI for many, many years. Rose Rosario has done the same thing in a private capacity. So both of these folks are highly experienced, and they spent a considerable amount of time making sure that the translations that they gave to you in court were accurate, right? That's what their job is. They wanted to make sure it was accurate. I think Norma said she spent, I want to say 57 hours or something along those lines, 51, a significant amount of time. I think Rose said hers was over 100, okay? So these people have spent a whole lot of time making sure that they're putting out a good work product. So the question is, do you believe it? Do you believe it? Have you been given any evidence or any legitimate reason to doubt what they told you? No. Right? No. So then we turn to that. We turn to August 21st. So here we are, 2 days before the homicide, right? 2 days before the homicide. And we see the defendant start to develop this plan, right? He starts to develop this plan. Here we are in session 3. I've already prepared her well. I told her that there are some people that want to pay her because then it goes unintelligible. And she asked me, will you go with me because I don't know them? I told her, yeah, I'll go. Throw me a couple of bucks my way. So he's organizing. He's convincing her to do this, what we can only surmise is some kind of a sexual encounter with strange men. I mean, that's what it is. And he says, you know what I'm saying? I have to find a spot and dump her there. You know what I'm saying? She has threatened another guy. The guy is giving her money. That B is nasty. She plays like a man, right? So here we are. He's concocting this plan to lure Tanya by creating this circumstance where she can obtain some money. Where did he take her? Do you recall? Where did he take her? He takes her to an isolated location on the defendant's trash route. He didn't kill her in the middle of Port St. Lucie. He didn't find a place where there are a bunch of witnesses. He made sure that there would be no cameras. He took her out to a desolate area late at night where he knew no one would be around. And that's where he killed her. And he got her there by that plan. He was able to execute that plan. And then he continues on in session 4. He's talking about the planning. He says to Alvarado, you can't prove anything if no one saw it. I was thinking of taking her to some field nearby the route, meaning the trash route. Right? I was thinking of taking her to some field near the trash route. Do you know where I go? When she'd go in there, she'd disappear for a couple of days. She does that. She disappeared for 2 or 3 days. She always does that. And I'll take her phone and I'll throw it away, and I'll throw it away or I'll burn it. They can't do anything there. I have everything planned out. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a sufficient time to allow for reflection? This is not some spur of the moment killing. This is not a bar fight that got out of control. This was a carefully orchestrated plan to execute a pregnant woman. Why? Because he didn't want his wife to find out that she had impregnated her. This is the very definition of premeditation. The day of the homicide, August 23rd, 2018, session 17 of 39. What does he say? It gets worse. This shit is over now. Now I have the location. So he's settled on the location. He knows it's going to be on his trash route, an area that he's familiar with, right? An area that he's familiar with. We put her in there and that's it. Or we hit her and drag her, and she won't be able to move. Now that is an interesting statement. Why? Because it squarely corroborates what Dr. O'Neill testified to. And he said, well, wait a second, how does him running his mouth corroborate with Dr. O'Neill? Right? Remember, she's the medical examiner in this case. How do we know that he actually executed his plan? He's not just run his mouth. Well, here's how you know. Because Dr. O'Neill testified that there were 3 significant injuries here that caused death, each in and of themselves sufficient to cause death. Meaning, he hit her in the head with what she described as a heavy instrument, right? This was blunt force trauma. It caused a crush injury to her head, a skull fracture that led to brain swelling, and it incapacitated her. And what did she say? It caused her to vomit. What did they, when they found Tanya's body, what was lying underneath her face? Vomit. He hit her in the head so hard that it incapacitated her. It was the result of blunt force trauma. So now we know, based on the statements that he provided, coupled with Linda's testimony, Dr. O'Neill's testimony, now we know the sequence of the blows, right? Now we know the sequence. So in other words, he didn't slice her neck and then hit her in the head. No, This was an orchestrated plan. We know that he was saying this several hours before he killed her. He had a plan in effect, and he carried it out. He hit her in the head with a heavy object, which incapacitated her. She probably fell on the ground, and then he gets behind her and slices her neck, not once, but twice. And what did Dr. O'Neill say? She said that the wounds were so deep that they came very, very close to her spinal cord. Now, I'm not going to show you those photos. I'm not going to show you those awful photos. They're in evidence, and you can take them back and look at them in deliberations if you want. I'm not going to make you look at them again. But I'm sure you remember that testimony. And again, all of these wounds were done with such force that they were able to cause death in and of themselves. This also suggests two different weapons, right? Two different weapons were used. The hilt of a knife is not heavy enough to cause this crush injury. The hilt of a knife is not sufficient enough to do that. That means he had two weapons. What does that tell you about his plan? What does that tell you about his intent? He armed himself ahead of time, not with one weapon, but with two. This is not a bar fight, ladies and gentlemen. This was a carefully thought out plan to execute Tania Wise, to make sure that his wife wouldn't find out about his own son in her womb. August 24th, 2018. How do we know that it wasn't Eric Alvarado? Holy cow. Let's take a look. He's taking steps to conceal these crimes. The defendant, since she disappears like that for a couple of days, remember, he said the same thing the day before, right? This is part of his plan. No one is going to be looking for her. That's what he says. No one's going to be looking for her. No one cares about Tania. That's what he said. No one cares about her. I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. I bathed. This morning I bathed. I cleaned my hands with the cleaner, the one for the brakes. So we know based on Dr. O'Neill's testimony that this would have been an extremely bloody crime scene. And what is he doing? Again, he is carrying out his plan to make sure that he gets away with this. He doesn't want to be caught. Who would? He's trying to get away with this. So what's he do? He not only is he showering as anybody would, he had to have been a bloody wreck when he got home. But what's he doing? He's cleaning his hands, not just with Palm Olive. He's cleaning his hands with brake cleaner. And then he goes on and says, because I had gloves and everything just in case. Right? So not only did he think about this plan, not only did he bring her out to an isolated area away from everybody, not only did he arm himself with not one, but with 2 weapons. Not only did he do that, but he had gloves and everything just in case. This was not a spur of the moment homicide. And remember Detective Newman's testimony from yesterday. Again, another one of those witnesses. He came up. He's about 5 minutes long. Remember what he said? He said, listen, we executed a search warrant at the defendant's home, and it had no evidence that he committed any of these crimes. It had no evidence. There were no bloody clothes. There was no bloody knife. There was nothing. Right? There was nothing. So we know that part of his plan, he was successful in that endeavor. Right? He was able to conceal part of the evidence from law enforcement. He was able to do that. He did do that. And then, of course, you turn your attention to what he says to Eric Alvarado, which is the confession to this case, right? This is the confession. We have all the statements leading up, and then the day after the homicide on August 24th, he then tells Eric Alvarado this. Alvarado asks him, did you see blood? Did you see it? So let's stop right there. What does that infer? What does that infer? Alvarado is asking him a question about blood. That means Alvarado wasn't there, right? If Alvarado was there, he would have known what a bloody mess it had to have been. He's asking him, did you see blood? Alvarado wasn't there. You can say all you want about Eric Alvarado. He wasn't there at the crime scene. And of course, the defendant's response was, look, I had it all over the clothes. Which is true, which had to have been true. You saw those wounds in her neck. You saw that crush injury to her head. It had to have been true. I had it all over the clothes. But without the evidence, they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing if they don't have all the evidence. No one saw the bag. It would have been really nice to find that bag, wouldn't it? It would have been nice to find that bag. But that part of his plan was successful. And we know that he was covered in blood. He got some right there, and he got some on the passenger side headrest. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant is guilty as charged. There is no question that he is the man who is responsible for the death of Tania and Josiah. We have him saying that he believed that he would lose everything if his wife found out that Tania was pregnant with his child. He began planning these crimes several days in advance while he was being recorded in a truck, and then executed that plan with a degree of precision that, quite frankly, is surprising. He was able to carry this plan out and had success for several days. And then he lies to the police regarding whether he had ever had sex with Tania, when in fact he was the father. And Tania's DNA was found in 2 separate locations of his Dodge truck, and the geolocations of both of these cell phones put them together at the appropriate place and at the appropriate time of these homicides. The defendant then described Tania's blood on his clothes to Eric Alvarado, which was also recorded the day after the homicide. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no question that this defendant is guilty. He is guilty as charged of first-degree murder for Tania Wise. He is guilty as charged for first-degree murder of his own unborn child. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson, your closing argument? You're welcome.
All right, as we discussed in openings and the judge told you yesterday, reasonable doubt can come from the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence. So let's talk about the evidence that we heard over the last 4 days and why you should have very real doubts about the state's case. This is not a first-degree murder case. Nothing about this case is first-degree murder. In jury selection, you learned that only first-degree murders are eligible for the death penalty. This isn't that. If you believe that Jose did this, it clearly was not planned. And if you believe that bought and paid for translation, and we'll get to that in a second, of that garbled mess of inaudibles, this was a conversation instigated by Eric, who oddly seemed to have done this type of thing before. It was machismo that the state wants to call premeditation. Think about it. The location of the body on Jose's own route, the route only goes to 5 streets. That's where he's going to pre-plan his, premeditated murder to put the body on his own route. The state just told you there was multiple murder weapons. That's their allegation. So somebody who pre-plans out a murder days in advance, we can't even figure out which weapon to use. If you believe that Jose did this, it was in a pressure cooker and maximum force was applied to him. You don't mess with people's money and you don't mess with their family. And if you believe the state's case, Tania was threatening Jose with both. And she was telling multiple men that they were the father of her unborn child, and she was extorting them. It's possible that Jose thought that he could talk Tania out of blackmailing him and extorting him, only to have Tania refuse, and in a fit of passion, without any ability to reflect. That's how the murder occurs. That's why the method is frantic and there are multiple weapons used. But that's only if you believe that Jose did this. But here's why you shouldn't believe that. The state told you in the opening that Jose didn't plan on being recorded. That's what they said. But not only can you see the cameras, and remember, Adolfo Cavelli told us there's 4 cameras. There's 4 different angles being recorded live. He told you that yesterday, Adolfo told you that employees are specifically instructed when they work for Waste Pro that they're being video and audio recorded. So the state's opening that he didn't plan on being recorded is false. Adolfo told you they know. We tell every employee you're video and audio recorded at all times in the truck. Why would a person actually discuss a murder they actually meant to do in front of a camera that was constantly monitored? And Adolfo Cavelli told you the first time that he got up, look, I look at it at least once a day. At least once a day, I monitor those cameras to make sure that my drivers aren't eating and driving, that they're not texting and driving, that they're not driving in unsafe conditions. And when at the Detectives Bureau, Jose immediately gives consent to search his truck. Why? If we're to believe Rose Rosario and Norma Campos, he actually did this murder. So let's talk a little bit about Rose Rosario and Norma Campos. The state said in their first closing argument, you have no reason to not believe them. Well, let's talk about that. Rose certified the wrong date of the tape on the formal certification, not once, but twice. The date of the recording, a thing that does not need to be translated. She could not get that right, not one time, but 2 times. She got it wrong. She also told you she makes $95 an hour. And she took about 150 hours. That was the number, 150 hours to do that. That's $14,250. 14,250 reasons to say whatever the state wants her to say. And don't you think that it was odd that neither translator could simultaneously translate the audio that was being played live? Both of the translators, Rose and Norma, were reading the transcript that they had previously prepared. They could not translate the audio that sounded like, and I'm so happy that the state played it for you, because it sounded like this. And from that, they typed out long paragraphs. When I could only hear static and a couple words. I never heard the word Clorox. Clorox, why is that important? Why do you mention that? Well, I mention that because Clorox is a word that doesn't translate. It's a name brand. And in name brands, they're the same in English and Spanish. You never heard that word Clorox. Meanwhile, the court interpreter, who the judge told you is totally neutral. Neither side hires the court reporter. She works for the court. And she certainly wasn't getting paid $14,000.
Oh, that's bad. When you have to interrupt it, that's bad. I think it makes the jury go, whoa, hang on, why are you hiding? If I was the state there, I wouldn't have objected. I think it does make the state look, why are you hiding? But we'll see. She was just speaking about Lady Di, about the interpreter, and the state objected, and it's like, well, she wasn't saying anything too bad. Just like, now that you've highlighted stuff, the jury could be like, why are you hiding? Unless you have to, I don't think you should ever interrupt anyone's closing, both sides, unless it's something so egregious, and I'm not sure she has said anything that egregious. She's reaching, but that's not a bad thing, though. Do you know what I mean? To be reaching. That's a good thing for the state because the state can then come back on and go, hey, everything the defense said to you, wow, what a reach that was. This is the truth. But the judge takes forever. Come on, judge. Let's just go. Here we go.
Thank you. I'll restart. Meanwhile, the court interpreter, remember Rosario that came in, and the judge told you she was a neutral party, not hired by either side. She could contemporaneously, at the same time, translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English, but she wasn't getting paid $14,250 to testify. Rosario told you that she normally testifies for the state, and this was only her 7th time testifying in court. Also, why did it take Rosario 150 hours to translate 1 day, but Norma Campos was able to do 4 days in 55 hours? Norma also told you she didn't follow FBI protocol and do a double layer review, which is an internal validity test that the FBI requires. Now, she told you that viewing that other draft transcript, do you remember that when I asked her about that other draft transcript from the other translator at the FBI? She told you, no, I didn't want to review that. It would take too long. In a capital murder case where the state is seeking the ultimate penalty of death, imagine that. She spent 55 hours on a translation, but couldn't take the time to make sure she did it correctly by checking the other translator's work. And she wouldn't answer my straightforward questions about whether she ever even read that draft or not. Remember, she said I reviewed it. Okay, well, you read it? No, I didn't read it. Well, how do you review it? It's writing. So you read it? And she couldn't even answer a question. Did you read a document? It's not a trick question. She also told you that it was the most difficult item she had ever translated, and you could not hear some of one speaker. And remember, she wouldn't answer me that either. She told the state, yeah, they're the closer speaker, right? The closer speaker, I couldn't hear some of what that person was saying. But the farther away speaker, I couldn't hear a lot of what that person was saying. And when I asked her, oh, so you couldn't hear some of what the closer speaker was saying? She said, no, I didn't say that. Well, you heard it all? No, I didn't hear all of it. Well, then you couldn't hear some of it. And then we finally got back to the place that she started with the state that she couldn't hear some of the closer speaker, and she couldn't hear a large portion of the farther away speaker. And then she incredulously testified that missing some of one speaker and a large portion of the other speaker in all of those inaudibles didn't somehow lose any context of those conversations. We're to believe that. Remember, a lot of those conversations were in English, and they still couldn't hear them or translate them, hence all the inaudibles. But we're supposed to put all our faith in Norma, who has now testified in court a sum total of 2 times, including this case. I would submit to you that the 2 most critical state witnesses that they presented to you were the least experienced, the most combative and deceptive, the most fanciful, and the ones paid the most to tell y'all what the state wanted them to. I didn't hear those words that they typed. They didn't even know where to stop the tape when the state was playing them the tape live and they were going over the transcript. If you listen, they weren't even stopping it in the right part because you couldn't even hear the words that they allege they could hear. They just want you to take their word for it. On the most critical piece of evidence, in the most serious type of criminal case, just believe them. Just take their word for it. And they also kept talking about being familiar with the Puerto Rican dialect, But Jose told Newman he grew up in Connecticut. Don't swallow their testimony whole. We talked about this in jury selection. Remember, I told you to assume a witness was lying until they proved to you otherwise. But at the very least, be neutral until they proved to you and convinced you that they were truth tellers, such that you should put your trust in them. And neither of those witnesses met that bar. They want you to trust them on something you can neither see nor hear. They simply do not deserve that level of trust. And frankly, the FBI believes so too, because Norma had only testified in one previous case. Y'all have been in court more than Norma's been in court. In the most difficult translation, the government chose Norma, who has only testified one previous time in her entire career. And isn't it weird that the government didn't give Norma all the tapes, but gave the day after the murder, August 24th, 2018, to Rose Rosario? And you have to ask yourself, why would the government farm out the most critical and crucial tape to a private company who gets paid by the hour rather than the Federal Bureau of Investigations? Even the most inexperienced and lazy FBI agent. No, they sent it to a private company to a lady who gets paid $95 per hour. You get what you pay for, and they paid a pretty penny for that testimony. And the court told you yesterday how you weigh evidence, and they gave you some rules about it. And one of the rules was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? I would submit that neither Norma nor Rose were. Did they have some interest in how the case should be decided? Sure they did. If Rose doesn't say what the state wants her to say, do you think the state's going to hire her again? Do you think she's going to make $14,250 again if she doesn't do a good job for them? Does the witness's testimony agree with other testimony or other evidence? I talked to Norma about that other draft transcript and the discrepancies, even in the first line, because we couldn't get her to agree that she had actually read it, so we couldn't go line by line. But even in the first line that I was able to go over with her, look, the first line on the first page, Norma, you had to have reviewed that, right? The first line on the first page. I realized 40 pages and, a 45-minute review is just too long in a capital murder case for you. But you had to have read at least the first line of the first page. And we went over the difference in drafts. And they were different. The judge also told you, did the witness receive any money? They did. So let's get back to the case. So this guy, who allegedly meticulously plans a murder, gets blood everywhere and hasn't had time to clean out his truck. He immediately gives consent to search his truck. He tells him, yeah, you can search my truck. You can search my phone. You can have my DNA, because he knows he didn't murder Tanya. And what he later learns is their unborn child. But he knows who did. His wife, Deborah Soto-Escalera. Hiller told you that the sheriff retained the truck from 8/25/18 to the time they executed the search on 9/24/18. But Donna Carmichael, her supervisor, if you'll remember, told you that they gave the truck back to Jose on 9/10/2018, and they didn't get it back. Or they gave the truck back on 9/10, and they didn't get it back till 9/21/2018. If Jose did this and he knew he got blood on the carpet, why didn't he cut the carpet out while he had the truck back? Did Deborah have time to tamper with the truck? The state talked about their medical examiner. I would submit that testimony was what it was, with one exception. The medical examiner did not get the gestational age of the unborn child right. Remember, she told you it was 38.5 weeks, but Dr. Stossel came in and testified, no, the gestational age was 32 weeks. That was in his records that Dr. O'Neill said that she had reviewed. She just missed that part. Why do I bring that up? I bring that up because this is the government's case. They're asking you to believe all these people that get on the stand, raise their right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And they've been wrong. They've been repeatedly wrong. Is it a lie? Is it a misleading? Is it a mistake? I don't know. But they're wrong and they're asking you to trust them. Also, why would Jose have waited 32 weeks to get rid of this problem if it really was a problem for him? If he didn't want his child and he wanted to kill Tanya after she didn't have an abortion, that would have been obvious way sooner than at 32 weeks. Why wait months? Because he didn't do it. When I told you in my opening statement that Tanya came into contact with many unsavory characters, make no mistake, I was not denigrating Tanya or her profession, but it doesn't make her profession any less dangerous. And one of those unsavory characters that she came into contact with was my client. He was a married man, and he was cheating on his wife, Deborah, with a much younger woman. And what do we know about Deborah? You didn't hear much evidence about her. We know she had some hand in getting Kenneth Barron fired, right? He told you that. So he has some kind of axe to grind. And where are all these conversations talking about Kenneth Barron? Where are all these conversations about having a ghost gun and wanting to purchase a ghost gun in this place that has cameras everywhere? Where are all these conversations? And where does, frankly, Jose even have the time to talk with Kenneth Barron? When does that interaction occur? That was never explained. So we're to believe that Jose asked a guy named Kenneth Barron, who his wife Deborah had a hand in getting fired, a guy he's not even really good friends with, for a ghost gun. And the upstanding citizen that Kenneth Barron is didn't go immediately to the police and say, hey, I'm a lawful gun owner. This guy's asking me for a ghost gun. It must be for something bad. Y'all better look into that. No, you didn't hear any evidence of that. And you know why? That conversation never happened. But even if you assume that it did, what did Kenneth Barron tell you that Jose told him? That the ghost gun was for his nephew. Who's his nephew? Eric Alvarado. Also, why would Jose even need an untraceable gun if you believe Norma and Rose and their fanciful translations? He has a shotgun. I don't know how you trace buckshot. Why would he need an untraceable gun if he has a shotgun? We know Deborah was a supervisor at Waste Pro, so she had access to those video and audios at Waste Pro from the truck. Wouldn't Deborah have questioned why Tanya was still hanging around the Soto-Escalera family after she had allegedly broken up with Bradley Rodriguez Jr., which was the way that they knew Tanya, through Bradley Rodriguez Jr.? Remember, Jose told Newman that weekend, in fact, Tanya was supposed to bring her son over to hang out and stay the weekend with Jose, with their child. You don't think Deborah thought that was suspicious and took a peek at those Waste Pro videos? She knows that the truck recorded Jose and Eric talking about something with a girl, so she knows all signs would point to them. And you know whose DNA they never got an exemplar of? Remember, we talked about all those exemplars? We got one from Mark Berg. We got one from Bradley Rodriguez Jr. We got one from Giovanni Alvarado. We got one from Jared Christie, the guy they call Casino. We got one from Jose. Never got one from Deborah. You didn't hear any evidence of an exemplar from her, but DNA International did tell you, remember, about that 4-person mixture on the passenger headrest. And Mr. Houseman told you it was Tanya, at least one other male, and 2 other persons on the passenger headrest. But the only exemplar that we gave DNA International was Tanya's. We didn't even check to see if Deborah was in that mixture. What if Deborah, having heard Jose's plan to meet up with Tanya, followed him that night after he went out and she killed her? Or what if Deborah was the one driving the truck, right? The state just made all this evidence. Look, there's a truck. There's the truck. Who's in the truck? What evidence did we hear about who's driving the truck? Did anyone identify the driver of the truck? No. Deborah knew Tanya. She could have taken Jose's phone and lured her out to talk. Then hit her in the head and did a close-up killing, a deeply personal type of killing, not like this gun shooting that Rose and Norma told you Jose and Eric were talking about. No. This was a knifing to the throat. And Tanya was only in that ditch because Deborah couldn't lift her body that far. And those hairs everywhere, remember? The hairs all over the place on the shoe in the back of the truck? That could be Deborah's hair. But we don't know because we never got a DNA standard from Deborah. And we never sent it to DNA International to be tested. Then Deborah litters the scene with all the beer cans and a condom wrapper. So we're supposed to believe this dude, right, who masterminds a pre-planned murder on video and audio, is somehow able to commit a murder where there's blood everywhere, right? If you believe the state, there's blood everywhere. And he's able to leave no DNA on the scene, not on the beer cans, not on the condom wrapper, not on the body, even with gloves, right? If you're lifting a body and putting it somewhere, there's going to be DNA left on the body. We certainly couldn't have tested it against Deb's DNA because we didn't get a standard of that. And look, Mark Chapman told you that those tire tracks were not from Jose's truck. Was that because it was Deborah's car? Did we check Deborah's car tires? For that matter, did we check the car tires, or did you hear any evidence of checking Mark Burke's car's tires? Jared Christie's car tires? Giovanni Alvarado's car tires? Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s car tires? Eric Alvarado's car tires? No. We just checked Jose's and then we were done. It didn't match, not even the same type of class. Remember, it wasn't even the same type of tire. But that was it. That was enough for us. The only DNA of Tanya's linking her to the truck was on the driver's side carpet found after the truck had been placed back in the custody of my client for over a week. DNA International William Houseman told you that DNA could be found even 20 years later in cold cases. Now, you heard Newman in the interview with my client say, well, DNA degrades, you wouldn't find it. He's not an expert. That was a lie. William Houseman from DNA International told you could get DNA on cold cases from over 20 years ago. So let's talk about this truck, right? The state showed you the video of the truck and they said, oh, the fog lights match. This matches. It's the truck. There's the video from Cactus. It comes out of the house. Where's the rest of the video? Does Deb's car follow behind? We didn't see any evidence of that. We see what else was on the video. Deborah could have stepped in blood and gotten it in the truck, or that DNA could just be from sex contact that Jose had with Tanya in his truck because we know they had sex. Let's talk about those phone records. You didn't hear any evidence of the GPS of Deborah's cell phone that night. But Jose did curiously tell Newman, yeah, I'm not really tech savvy. I don't do Facebook on my phone a lot. Deborah does that for me. She gets on my phone and she does Facebook. Did she take his phone? Because we know she uses it because he told Newman she does. And make a call from it to frame him? Where are her phone records and locations? We don't have those. Remember, Dee Petrie Antonio told you that she could only, and this was important, she could only tell you where the phone was. She could not tell you who had the phone. The state wants you to make that mental leap. Do not. Do not. Jose would have known what Deb did at the time of his interview. And he would have known that it was ultimately his fault. And he lied. There's no two ways about it. He lied. He lied to Newman to protect his infidelity and to protect his wife. But he wasn't scared to talk. He immediately talks to Newman because he didn't do it. He repeatedly says that. And if you do believe Norma and Rose, He says that repeatedly in the tapes too. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. Also, curiously, in the interview with Newman, Jose says, my wife is freaking out. Well, why would Deborah be freaking out, right? At this point in time, she doesn't know about, allegedly, the murder of Tania Wise. She doesn't even know that Tania Wise is the mother of Jose's baby. She doesn't know about the affair. Why would she be freaking out? Deborah knew Jose or Eric would be the only suspect because she made it so. But don't think that I forgot about Eric. So let's talk about Eric. On the alleged translation, Jose says in the beginning that Tania was sleeping with Eric. And remember, Eric's DNA, Wayne Walker told you, State didn't mention this, but Eric's DNA was on the passenger door, the rear passenger door of the Dodge Ram. But Eric Alvarado's exemplar was never sent to DNA International to determine if he was that at least one male contributor to the four-way mixture on the headrest of the passenger seat. No. We didn't do that. And the state also didn't send DNA International the inconclusive mixture from the driver armrest top or the bottom of the driver armrest from the Dodge Ram. Would those have provided a match to Eric? We'll never know because we didn't even try. As soon as Jose was determined to be the father of that child in this case, the case was closed. The investigation done. Despite the fact that so many other people had the means, the motive, the intent, the opportunity, all of those things. So Eric's in this Waste Pro truck with Jose, allegedly talking about this murder, both before and after it happens. So let's talk about what Eric actually says. If you believe Norma and Rose, you can, at least the part that we heard, clearly hear at least some talking over each other. And it's not clear what they're saying or who is speaking. But let's talk about the quotes attributed by the government to good old Eric. And you don't have to trust me about this. You can ask for that play acting testimony to be played back again. So you can see which speaker was saying which part. Don't take my word for it. On set 3 of 39, on August 21st of 2018, Eric allegedly says, that girl is talking shit. How would he know? Why would he care about a girl talking shit? What is he even talking about? If we're to believe the state's case, Eric has no knowledge of any of this. How would he know that this person he doesn't even know, Tania Wise, is saying anything? Jose, again, as attributed by the state's witnesses, then allegedly asks Eric, how did you do it? At night? And Eric says, yes. She said, and that was it. So Eric is killed before? Okay, good to know. Eric then allegedly calls the girl a damn bitch. Again, why? What girl? Who's he talking about? Why is he calling her names if he doesn't even know her? Eric then says he'll take something to Miami. What? If Eric's not involved in this, what's he taking to Miami? On set 8 of 39, on 8/23, Eric allegedly said, we need something like that, something with a barrel. Wow. Okay. So Eric's talking about we need a gun. Why is Eric talking about needing a gun? Eric says, that's what I'm going to do. What's Eric going to do? Eric had nothing to do with this, right? If you believe the government, it was Jose and all Jose. What is Eric going to do? Eric, who's murdered before, apparently. On set 12 of 39, again on 8/23/18, Eric allegedly says, I'll probably go to jail. What's Eric going to go to jail for if Eric didn't do anything? On set 23 of 39 on 8/23, Jose allegedly says, like, clean it real good to take off all the fingerprints, all of them. Unintelligible, this bitch. Unintelligible. If you got to use it, then you use it. Odd. If Jose's the one that does it, why is he telling Eric how to do it and what to use? If Jose's planning to do it, he would say, if I got to use it, I'm going to use it. Not if you got to use it, then you use it. Who's you? Use Eric. Eric responds, I don't know what you're talking about. And Jose allegedly responds, exactly. Sounding like a guy who's done it before. On 8/24/2018, Eric allegedly said, this is the morning after the murder, mind you. Eric allegedly said, can't stop thinking about that. What's Eric thinking about? He wasn't even there, right? He doesn't know anything about it. What's he thinking about? Things that are running in my head. What things? That I should have, that I would have, shoulda, woulda, what? On the morning after a murder that he was on tape planning a murder of something similar that he's done before? Should have, would have, what? That's their evidence. Those are their experts that say that say Eric said, can't stop thinking about that. Things that are running in my head that I should have, I would have. Then, interestingly, same day, Eric allegedly says, as soon as I walk in, she looks at me and she says, unintelligible, somebody else. Who is she? Who is she? Where did he walk into? With the female thinking it was going to be somebody else. That's curious. On 8/24/2018, Eric also allegedly said, I had it here, right here, this part here. You put in the output in this little thing. You put it, I put it right there and it all stays. What's he talking about? That's Eric. I'm not saying it's Eric. They told you it was Eric. Their witness told you it was Eric. What's he talking about? Later on 8/24, Eric allegedly says, I'm fucked. And because I have to be calm like that, now everything to them, it's fine. To which Jose, again, these are the government's witnesses' attributions, not mine. Jose allegedly says, did she have a purse? Curious. If Jose was there and he's the one that did the murder. Or, let's assume he participated with Eric. He would know if she had a purse or not. He was there, right? He wouldn't need to ask Eric, did she have a purse? No. He wasn't there. It was Eric. Why is Eric, if Eric didn't have anything to do with this, doesn't know nothing about nothing, why is Eric on the morning after a murder fucked? Why does he say that? Someone says, I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. Whose house? No one took baths at Tanya's house. Tanya's mom testified. She never told you a gentleman came into my house and took baths. If the state believes that that's Jose, which I submit, I guess that's what they're saying, that it's Jose that says I already took 2 baths when I got to her house. Whose house? That's not what he would refer to his house. He would say my house. We know it's not Tanya's house because her mom didn't say, oh, a guy came in and took baths and it was weird. And we know Jose didn't go to another house, right? If you believe the state's witness about the cell phone, that witness didn't put him in another house. No, that's because that was Eric. Eric said that. There's no evidence at Jose's house when they conduct the search of Jose's house. Look, remember, they have all these fancy tools, right? They have all these things. They have that thing called Blue Star, right? They have Star Mix. They have all of these different things that can recover DNA. It lights up bright. Remember, they told you that. And this criminal mastermind is supposed to have gotten rid of every scintilla of evidence in his house. No. It's because he didn't do it. Eric did it. And the evidence is that whoever her's house is, but we don't know who her is because we don't get Eric Alvarado's phone records and we don't do a GPS location on his phone. So we don't know who her is, but we should have gone to her's house and tested there. That's probably where the bag is. You know, the bag, the missing bag. The state said, I wish we had found the bag. That's probably where the bag is. And in the bag would have been Eric's clothes covered in blood and Tanya's DNA. On 8/24/2018, Jose allegedly asked Eric, did you make it? Did you make the landfill? Inaudible, everything. And Eric responds, I hope so. Why does Eric need to go to the landfill on the day after the murder? Why is he hoping so? What's he got? Is it the bag? Is it the bag with his clothes in them? Was it Eric that took Jose's phone to lure Tanya out? And that's why there's a phone call back and forth? His nephew that he grew up with that sounds like him? And is that why when Eric says I walked into her house and she didn't know it was me, she wasn't expecting me? Because she thought she was meeting Jose and it was Eric, and Eric convinces her to come out, and Eric is driving Jose's truck? Because he says she looks at him and thinks he's someone else because she was expecting it to be Jose and not Eric. Does Eric's car have a Puerto Rican tag on the front? What even car does he drive? We don't know. There was no evidence of that. Or did he just use Jose's truck and remove the car tag like he talked about on that recording? That was Eric. On 8/25/2018, Eric allegedly says they're going to have questions. And Jose allegedly tells him, you're going to take my truck to my house. So we know Eric drives Jose's truck. We don't know what his car looks like. We don't know where Eric was that night or what his phone number was or where his phone was. But we do know his DNA was on the truck. And Eric believed he was fucked the morning after the murder. You should have doubts about the government's case. Those doubts are eminently reasonable. And you should find Jose not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thurston. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I mentioned, the state has the opportunity to make a rebuttal argument. So the arguments are not closed. I have not submitted the case to you for deliberations. I want to highlight that because we're going to take a bathroom break for 10 minutes. Leave your notes in your chairs. Do not discuss the case at this time. Please be clear about that. When you come back, we'll conclude with the arguments.
So this is the closings. The defense didn't put any witnesses on, and he did not testify. If he's found guilty, the death penalty stage will begin not earlier than Wednesday. It'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
The courtroom will take a 10-minute restroom break.
So yes. So apparently there is a state holiday on Wednesday and Tuesday. So the earliest they will be starting the death penalty phase is Wednesday. It might be later. It might be Thursday, Friday. So we'll see, because they've got witnesses to fly in. Apparently, the defense do. I think it's let's be honest, he's going to be found guilty. I don't think that's going to be a shock to anybody. Somebody asked what's the time. What was it, KD, who said? Tim set the line at 90 minutes. Tim, T12, he set the line at 90 minutes. I think 90 minutes is realistic. I think they might want to hear some stuff. So I would probably go with the over of 90 minutes. But that's where the line is. Because I think they might want to do some due diligence just to check a few things. But then it'll be bye. Miss Jose by. I don't know who the punk is, Terry Martins. Julie, yes, it's at 10 a.m. Eastern, Amy's on. And Badaz, I do not think that she will have her boobies like I have my boobies out. Nippies! My nips are very cold, not cold, warm today, so they're not sticking out. Does anyone know if Karen Reed's still case has been aired on Monday? We don't know yet, Terry. No, we don't know. It's been recorded, but we don't know if it's going to be live streamed. We don't know. Court TV will be in court. But yeah, if you need me to check them before they go live, Amy, just let me know. Send me some pics. It's fine. I can check them out for you. Moobs. So yeah. So that's where we're at. Just so also the Grant Ellis has been served to attend the deposition in Aiden's lawsuit against Lindsay Catani as well. And Aiden just messaged and said his mother, Wendy Murphy, accepted service. Grant must bring with him 1. All communications between him and the 2025 Ratchet Madness champion. 2. Copies of all social media posts he made about me. 3. Any legal research and/or writing provided to the defendant. If Grant deletes any communication or fails to provide all the help he gave the fake victim, he can be held in contempt and go straight to jail. It's time for the truth to come out. So there you go. If you needed lotion, I love your boobs, Dylan. I got to feel them when we hugged. It's glorious. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. My boobs are okay. Do you know what I mean? They are. Oh, you can't really see them there. Aiden said that, Lady Di. Aiden said it. There you go. You can see when it's a little bit hairy. Hang on, you can't really see that there. Hang on. It's a bit hairy. There you go. So you see them there. They're a little bit hairy, people. But there's enough there to grab onto. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, Aiden just posted that. So I knew that happened this morning. Aiden just clarified then what was happening. So Sarah can't leave for 10 minutes without, bow chicka wow wow. Sarah loves it. She's pissed off that I've done it when she was not here. She's like, fuck's sakes, only do it when I'm there. Don't get your tits out unless I'm here. You know how much I love your tits. I know you do, Sarah P, but the ladies wanted it, so. Good morning, Amy, from Dave. T12, it may have been mentioned earlier, but did anyone else catch Alan Jackson and Bully Bush's show last night? It was very good. Yes, it was mentioned earlier on this morning. But yeah, thank you for reminding. He was on with Billy Bush. I've not watched it all yet. I've watched the first 5-10 minutes, but I've not watched it all yet. But yes, plenty to go and see. But for Terry and everyone else, we don't know. We're still waiting to hear if Karen is going to be, I mean, Robin's way behind. Robin, you're way behind on the stream because she's posting stuff that we've spoken about. Robin's way behind. You should. So, what was I going to say? We will obviously stream it on Monday. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm trying to see what time it's at. Hippie Chick said that she'll go out and she's going to go and vacuum the lawn to see if she hears anything, or if she hears something on the streets tonight to see what time the hearing happens on Monday. Mexi, I'm not sure if you've heard anything, Mexi, about the Jeffrey and Karen Spence trial. Is that going to be streamed? Do we know anything? So I don't know. Or if Lady Di, if you hear Lady Di as well, or anybody, any of you nosy bitches, find out what time the hearing is on Monday. We'll keep an eye out on it. So we'll see. Thank you, Mexi. It's fine, but we will cover it, obviously, Mex, if it is coming up. So we'll see. I think Robin G is drunk. Robin G is unfortunately going to have an operation on her hand. She's been overusing her hand, I've heard. So the men are not very happy that Robin G will not be riding through the Glen for a few days. Hearing for what I'm not. It's the Karen Reid hearing, civil case hearing that's against her by the O'Keefe family. See, land. That's why I posted what? Oh, that I don't understand. Robin G, I think, is a bit drunk at the minute, people. So let's give her some leeway here. She's a little bit drunk, and not drunk with alcohol. I mean, drunk from her doctor's appointment this morning. AJ believes the trial he's involved with in Cali will be televised. He says the judge usually lets the camera in the courtroom. There you go. It's going to be interesting because obviously, I know there's a lot of people that are covering it just to be able to say, like, the people that hate AJ are covering it just so they can say, ha ha ha, AJ lost. Well, as a defense attorney, you lose more than you win, you know, and that's going to be a very difficult trial for him to win, obviously. I mean, Robbie G needs to get to live, I think. She is well over the shop. Robbie G is way over everywhere. No, I'm not drunk. I know you're not drunk. That's why I said from your appointment, Robin G, Robin G has lost it today. She's like me yesterday. She's like me yesterday when I was losing it with the with the stream. Robin G just completely lost it in chat. She fucking lost it. She's just like I was yesterday. I love AJ's passion for the truth. He seriously makes me Lady Die. There was a pic of AJ with his client. That dude looks like a giant. He is. I only know a little bit of the case, Tim, but obviously, if you don't know, there's his client. Well, I don't think it's alleged. He killed 4 people, I believe it is. So, but I think the defense could be that he wasn't speeding. He was dangerous road or something. I'm not sure. Robert G says psych. Robert G, AJ and Billy Bush's stream was good yesterday. There you go. There you go. So get the sign already then, hun. Lady Di loves it. So yeah, what about love? Love. Bam bam. I haven't watched it yet. When I get home, other half is tired of watching all of that. Yeah, I think a lot of people look at Deb, Rhode Island lady. Her husband's had enough of, all these trials and stuff as well. So it took a lot of people. It's like 3 years for a lot of people, or at least 2 years of people's lives. So it's tough to reset. That's why I'm a lot more careful what I jump into now, because there's so many people covering the same stuff now. I want to cover other stuff as well, even though it's to the detriment of the channel, I know. But you have to watch that one lady. She's good on the CA cases. Who's that? Lady Di. Who's that? Let me know, because I don't watch things. AJ's going to try to have the kids' charges reduced by the new reduced. Okay, I was wondering what he was going to do. That's fine. Tell me again. So yeah, that makes sense, because obviously he did kill 4 people. So I was wondering what are they going to do? So maybe it's reduced to manslaughter or something. It is, Dave. It could be a very, very sad case, because obviously four lives were lost. But I also know that it was a dangerous road, and a lot of lives have been lost on that road as well. So something needs to be done by the state as well.
Y'all ready for the jurors for the rebuttal argument?
You're all right for this.
All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue with the rebuttal argument.
Anyone that can school Nancy Disgrace, I'm a fan of. Yeah, message me if you want. Anybody that Nancy Grace is a fucking disgrace. She is the worst of the worst. She is, I will even say, I don't want to say scum, but she is. She is like JLR, nearly as bad as JLR and all them, so. There you go, Tim. Yes, There you go. It is. Yes, you're right. You're right. So that's why maybe he might get reduced. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, sir? Nice to see you. I've just sent you another package. It's on the way to you, sir. Right. Send my love to Brenda as always, and enjoy the standout in Canton. And stick a finger up to Chris for us. What an arsehole he is. Hi, Dennis. Have a great day from Terry.
In the state's rebuttal argument.
If you remember back in jury selection, all of us agreed that when we sit down as jurors in a criminal case, any criminal case, we want to view things, number one, through the lens of the jury instructions. But number two, and just as significant, we want to view them through the lens of common sense, right? We never, ever check our common sense at the door in any criminal case, or really in any walk of or aspect of our lives. So let's take a look and consider what counsel just said using that common sense. So they first told you that the defendant's wife killed Tania, okay? Or at least had a role in it. Well, let's think about that for a second, and let's use our common sense and use the evidence. So you might say, well, why would first the reason is why would she commit these killings? I mean, if you're going to kill a pregnant woman, it seems like you would have to have a pretty good reason to do that, right? You'd have to have a pretty good reason. Well, you may say, well, wait a second. Well, maybe she did. Maybe she found out that Tania had slept with Jose Soto-Escalera, right? I suppose that would give her at least some motive to kill her. But if that were true, then why would Jose lie to the police about impregnating Tania, right? Why would he lie to the police about impregnating Tania if she already knew that she was pregnant by her husband? That doesn't make sense. The wife did not know that the defendant had impregnated her, because if she had known, then he would have simply said that to the police when he was interviewed on August 25th of 2018, right? So that doesn't make sense. So we can rule that out, right? We can flatly rule that out, what the defense said. So then they say, well, wait a second, maybe Eric Alvarado did it, right? Maybe Eric Alvarado committed these crimes. Well, if you recall, remember, Eric Alvarado also has no motive to kill her, right? He's not the father of the child. There's no evidence that Eric Alvarado had ever had any type of a relationship with Tania, let alone sleep with her.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an objection as to this point. There's a dispute between the lawyers. You're the finders of fact, and you get to decide which side is accurate as far as what the evidence is. So I'll overrule the objection, but leave that to the jury to sort out.
Okay. So anyway, so he had no motive to kill her. And more significant, if you recall, in the August 24th translation with Rose Rosario, what does he say? Well, Eric Alvarado asks him about the blood. Did you see blood? Did you see blood? Had Eric Alvarado been there and been involved in this, he would have had no need to ask that question. He's asking the question because he doesn't know the answer. So we can rule Eric Alvarado out as well. And you also have to ask yourself, well, wait a second, the truth is it never changes, right? I mean, the truth never changes. What if this were legitimate, then why are they offering you all these alternative theories? So the defense counsel also made the argument, well, wait a second, why didn't a court interpreter come and testify and translate the videos in real time, right? Why didn't they do that? Because the court interpreter is neutral. The state hired the FBI. The state hired a private interpreter. Why would they have done that? Well, there's a very good reason. And the reason, of course, doesn't come from me. The reason doesn't come from the words of the attorney, because what the judge told you and what the judge told you right before I got up for my first closing argument is, what did he say? The words of the attorneys are not evidence, right? The words of the attorneys are not evidence. The evidence comes from the exhibits and what's said here under oath by the witnesses in the case. So let's fall back to the evidence, right? Let's fall back to the evidence. What is the evidence in this case? Rose Rosario, I asked her, what is the difference? Tell us the difference between a translator on one hand versus an interpreter on the other. What did she say? She said, listen, there's a large difference, right? A large difference. Translators use documents and recordings. Translators have the luxury of being able to sit down and to sift through recordings and sift through evidence to make sure that they get it right, which is why that they expended so much time on the work that they performed. They have the ability to sit down and listen through it, and as both Norma Campos and Rose Rosario explained, they listened to several sections multiple times, and in fact, I think 50 hours for Norma, 50 plus hours, and 100 plus hours from Rose Rosario. So they have the ability to do that, and that's what they did. Why do they do that? Because they can ensure accuracy, and they can go and re-listen to things, and they can also take into account the context of what is being said, right? Very important. Interpreters don't do that. Interpreters translate in real time. They work in real time, and they don't have the luxury of being able to refer to other parts and being able to ascertain meaning from words in that regard. So bear that in mind. Reasonable doubt. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. Defense counsel says, well, wait a second, there's all kinds of reasonable doubt in this case. And what did they do? They pointed to two errors, right? Two errors within reports. So remember, the criminal justice system is no different than the areas where you work at, in that people make mistakes, right? People make mistakes. There is no such thing as perfection, right? Just because we haven't presented a perfect case doesn't mean that we haven't proven our case. There is no such thing as perfection, and the criminal justice system is no different. Defense counsel points out, well, wait a second, there is a typo in Dr. O'Neill's report regarding Josiah's age. The OBGYN.
As to this point as well, there's a dispute as to the facts of the case. And ladies and gentlemen, you're the fact finders, and you would resolve the dispute, but I'll overrule the objection and leave that to the jury's determination.
Okay. The OBGYN, Dr. Stossel, said that the child was 32 or 33 weeks along. Dr. O'Neill said 36 or 38 weeks along. There was a several week difference. Okay, right. Dr. O'Neill, Dr. Stossel is going to be more accurate on that point, meaning that Dr. O'Neill had made a mistake when she had simply gone through those medical records. Does that really amount to reasonable doubt? Right? Does that really amount to reasonable doubt? Does that give you any reason? Does that give you any reason to think that Dr. O'Neill got the cause and the manner of death wrong? Of course not. Was Dr. O'Neill wrong when she said that Tania died of a head injury, which caused a skull fracture and brain swelling? Was she wrong when she said that Tania died of two significant, serious sharp force injuries to her neck? No. We're talking about a typo in her report, or a mistake in her report. Is that reasonable doubt? Of course not. Of course not. There is no requirement. There is nothing in those jury instructions that the judge read to you. There is nothing in the jury instructions that will go back with you that suggest or even approach this standard of perfection that they're wanting you to employ.
objection.
There is no doubt.
You could approach on the comment.
Again, I don't like. Come on, people. Why are we even? Anyway, we're nearly done. Anyway, then I'll put a poll up to see where. I'm not going to put a poll up about guilty or not guilty because I think you all are going to say guilty. I'm going to put a poll up to see the time. If it's going to be Tim has given the line, but I'll use the 90-minute rule that Tim said because I think that's actually quite realistic. 90 minutes, So we'll go with that. Jersey Jen's back. Hey, it's Jenny. Jersey Jen. We love Jersey Jen, though she's nosy as fuck. Hey, Jersey Jen. How we doing, Jersey Jen? How we doing, my darling? Right, the objections are ridiculous. Both sides are ridiculous. For the state started objecting, now the defense are objecting. It's like, come on, everybody, chill the frig out. Chill the frig out. Bye, Miss American Pie. Shove the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys are drinking whiskey and wine, singing this could be the day that I chat. This could be the day that I chat. I was just thinking, I've not seen Bex today. She must be working on the OnlyFans. No, I'm joking. It's been nice though, this trial. We've had a few new people. Bex, Hate. Recently we had Jersey Jen. We've missed Mama Ames, but unfortunately she had a death in the family. So we've been stuck with just Lady Di from Virginia this time. But yeah, lots of people I miss. Hope everyone is well out there. Oh, she stood there, is she? Fuck.
Of law there, I'll ask you to not consider what was just said, and I've instructed the prosecutor to restate it consistent with the instructions I've given you. You may proceed.
So the point is that there are always conflicts in evidence in any case. The question is, do they rise to that level of reasonable doubt? And of course, the answer to this is no. Defense counsel also pointed out, well, wait a second, there's another typo in the Rose Rosario's translation on her certificate. She translated the August 24th video, and on her certificate she wrote August 23rd. Does that rise to the level of reasonable doubt? Does that rise to the level of that? Those two typos, that's what you're being asked to consider? That two typos and two separate reports, that's reasonable doubt? If you recall from jury selection, what I asked you to do is to not simply hang your hat on one or two items of evidence. If you recall from jury selection, I asked you to consider all of the evidence, right? Not just to hang your hat on one or two pieces. That's what and that's what we're asking you to do, to make sure that we could render a true and fair verdict based on the law and the reasonable doubt instruction. Remember, the defendant is the only witness in this case who had a motive to kill Tania and her child. No one else. And remember, frankly, we are not here to play the lottery with the evidence in this case, right? We look at all of this through the lens of reasonable doubt. We know the defendant is the only witness in this case with a motive to kill her. The defendant is the only witness who had an opportunity to kill her, right? He's the only witness who had an opportunity to kill her. The defendant's the only witness who was with her on the night of the murder, and he spoke to her on the phone. And he's the only person who planned out her murder and then executed it based on what we know from the translated transcripts by both Norma Campos and Rose Rosario. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no reasonable doubt in this case. There is no reasonable doubt. all of the evidence, when taken in totality, all of the evidence, when considered by fairly and objectively and through the lens of the reasonable doubt instruction, all of it points to this defendant and this defendant alone as to who killed Tanya Wise and her unborn child. On behalf of Tom Backendall, your state attorney, I thank you for your patience and your service today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, attorneys. Members of the jury, yesterday when I instructed you on the law, I advised you that your verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. I know you cannot read it from this distance, but I want to hold it up and show you the form of the verdict. It's a 2-page verdict form. The verdict form has the case style on top and, of course, is entitled Verdict. It starts out with saying, "We, the jury, find Antonio Soto-Escalera as to count 1." So it's a 2-part verdict form. Count 1, page 1, count 2, page 2. Count 1, select only one of the following 4 options: guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment, or guilty of second-degree murder as a lesser-included offense, or guilty of manslaughter as a lesser-included offense, or not guilty. Then what follows on the first page is what we call an interrogatory in the law, which is a question. And it reads as follows, and it's conditional. If you find the defendant guilty as charged of or guilty of any of the above lesser offenses, you must next determine if any of the following has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check yes if proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check no if not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And the question is, during the commission of the offense, the defendant did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use any weapon. You would check yes or no. There again, that's conditional on a finding of guilt above. Finding of not guilty obviates the need to answer that question. Page 2, count 2, select only one: guilty of first-degree murder of an unborn child as charged in the indictment, or guilty of second-degree murder of an unborn child as a lesser-included offense, or guilty of manslaughter of an unborn child as a lesser-included offense, or not guilty. The verdict form concludes with the words, "So say we all," which highlights the unanimous nature of your verdict. There's a place for the foreperson to sign and date the verdict form before bringing the verdict form back into the courtroom for me to receive your verdict. When you come in through the door, I will look to see who's holding this paper to identify them as the foreperson of the jury, which I will instruct you on in just a second. Also, please be advised that if you are the foreperson, you're not required to read or publish the verdict form. That is the job of the clerk. So if you fear public speaking, do not let that dissuade you from being the foreperson, because you will not be required, as in some states, to read the verdict form. So in just a few moments, I'm going to submit the case to you, and I will conclude our jury instructions, as I told you yesterday, with the conclusion of the jury instructions, aptly entitled "Submitting Case to Jury." In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case until you've reached a verdict. You must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of this case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtrooms. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices with the court deputy where they will be guarded while you deliberate, if you've not already done so. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. However, please remember that deciding the verdict is exclusively your job, and I cannot participate in that function whatsoever. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. Most, but not all, of the exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to examine an exhibit in evidence that was not sent back with you into the jury room, please let us know and we will bring you into the courtroom to do so. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. And as I told you yesterday, each of you will get a copy of the full instructions when you go back into the jury room. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. So at this time, with the exception of our 4 alternate jurors, the jury is about to proceed to the jury room to consider its verdict. You do not know who those alternates are. I do. So when I mention your names, you are the 4 alternate jurors. You cannot go back into the jury room with the jury at this time. So please remain there. If you have any items in the jury room, the 4 alternates, the bailiffs will get them and bring them into the courtroom for you. And I will address you when the jury goes back into the jury room. So the alternates are in alternates seated next to each other in the second row. Please remain there. The remainder, who are the jury, please proceed to the jury room. The evidence, the instructions, and the verdict form will follow.
So 233
Well, that's fine.
on our thing. So 233. Jury leave to begin deliberations. Right, and the poll is going live now. Sarah P, not that kind of poll, Sarah P.
Here's the verdict form.
Sarah P, not that kind of poll. Just a normal poll.
I have some very important specific instructions for you because the situation we're in now is a little bit complicated. Sometimes we have trials where, for various reasons, our alternates are not excused at this point. You still remain in service. This is one of those situations, and it's conditional. If the jury renders a verdict of first-degree murder, as you've heard when we selected the jury, there would be a second phase of this trial where the jury would decide the sentence. If that occurs, you would participate as alternates for that too. And just as during the trial, if someone were to be unavailable or something would happen, which happens quite a lot, that's why we have alternates, you would take their place. You've heard all of the evidence in this case, and it puts you in a position legally to do that. So after discussing the matter with the lawyers, we have to prepare for that contingency, and I have to give you instructions to maintain your ability to be jurors on the case. Discussing it with the lawyers, if there is a second phase of this trial, it would begin perhaps on Wednesday, no sooner than Wednesday. It is possible it may be a day after that or so forth, after Wednesday, but no sooner. So I just wanted to give you the time frame for that. So you're not excused at this time, depending on the verdict. If the verdict is anything other than first-degree murder, that would conclude your service on the case, but you're still in play here. Now, from my perspective, you may be able to anticipate what I'm going to say, because I've stated from the beginning of this entire process, back in the jury assembly room, before we even started to select a jury in the case, when I came to address the jurors, and throughout the trial, the most important part of the fair trial is for you to decide the case only on the evidence presented and avoid any contact with anything about this case that comes from any source outside of this official process. So all of the rules that you've been under with regard to not speaking about the case to anyone, or doing any research, or being exposed to media coverage, remain in place, because it could be that next week you're on the panel and that someone else gets excused and you become one of the actual people to decide the sentence in this case. You all understand that. It's very important. So also, if we will be in touch with you, it's very imperative that you have a phone number, a contact number, which you can give to the court deputies on the way out, where the jury clerk can update you on what's going on. And obviously in this situation, normally I tell jurors, if you're curious as far as what happens, even if you're released, they'll give you a phone call and tell you what happens. Here it's imperative that they do that, because it determines whether you're coming back or not. In case the verdict is something other than first-degree murder, though, I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for your time and attention in the case. We're talking about a very large amount of time and commitment. It's no less important to the parties, the lawyers, and myself, the time that you've spent, if the verdict is anything that other than what requires you to return. So on behalf of the United States, the state of Florida, at this time, I thank you for your continued service, and if it's your complete service, that as well. At this time, you're free to leave and go about your business, so as long as we have a contact number. But remember, please maintain the sanctity of your mind as far as deciding this case only on the evidence presented. And either we'll see you next week, or at this time, thank you very much. With regard to your notes, we will keep your notes in case you need them if you wind up participating. So if you just leave them there, we'll have them for you. If you need to come back, we will preserve your notes. They will not be destroyed at this time. Thank you very much. And the bailiffs will assist you in leaving the courthouse at this time. Sorry. Oh, for these folks, I'll leave that to the bailiff. All right, the alternates have all left. I'll leave it to the bailiffs to give them instructions about whether they get their Chick-fil-A lunch. I'm sure you'll do that in the hallway, which is going to set to arrive at 12:15. The lawyers could check the evidence to go back. Looks like the instructions have gone back. The verdict form there. There's a big pile over there that I don't see anymore. So
they're still there.
okay, there. Okay. This is very important for us to make sure there are no items that did not go into evidence.
So I'm opening a manila envelope.
And that the ones that we don't want to go back don't go, the items that aren't evidence don't go back. That we don't want to go back.
Oh, the other one, 2 hard drives go back, 1 hard drive drops stays.
I'm going to stay on the record while we do that.
I'm sorry, Judge, you said stay
Yeah,
on.
I'm going to stay on the record while it's happening.
This is,
The SD card.
was never entered.
Right.
This is the perpetuated testimony, not
Okay.
supposed to go back.
Right.
This is a condom that was never entered.
Okay.
And then this is the hard drive, which is,
But we're missing 2 things.
yeah, all the hard drives are supposed to be over here.
Right.
Right.
169, 170, 183.
This one.
I don't know what this is.
That's 183. It was remarked as court 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So this is just a court exhibit because it got marked as 1.
And 170.
Those 2 go in
Right.
here too.
Okay, those 2 go in. Those don't go back.
No.
Right.
If they want to see those, we have to play them before they're not here.
Okay.
Those are the 2 hard drives that are in
Correct.
evidence that are not going back with the
Everything
jury.
else goes back. Those are the only items that don't go.
All right, so you're good now.
Yes.
We put all the stuff that's not
Gotcha.
supposed to go back in this.
Close it up.
Put it over.
Close, yeah. Put it over there.
Just
Close it up.
well, until we give them the evidence.
Yes.
It's sitting right here.
Right.
Okay, good.
Verdict form over there,
I have 34.
and the instructions are all over there. Okay, bailiff has them.
Now, do you want that cooler to go back there, or you want?
Yeah, that's fine.
I could
Because
take it out of
that's
that-
the exhibit. It's marked.
I could take it out of that box. It could come out of that box.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, we don't need to have it. And then I have also shown defense the clean laptop, and we went over that. No objections to the clean laptop going to that. Ms. Minton?
No objection.
Clean laptop is going back with the defendant's attorney.
Laptop's on there.
All right, want to commend the lawyers for their fine performance, their closing arguments. I think it was excellent arguments on both sides. We'll see what the jury says about the case. The lunch is arriving, I'm told, at 12:15. So in my experience, that means we're going to be here at least till 12:15 because they're going to be waiting for their free lunch, as I would. And so it gives you an idea. Probably won't hear from them until at least 12:45, 1 o'clock if you want to go
Jeff, do
in.
you want to address the penalty phase
Sure.
scheduling and possible issues? Yes.
I think you're right, Terry. I think that is his father. It does look like it. I mean, I praise him for being there and having his tie on, but like, if he's been there all the time, he knows his son's guilty. Do you mean?
If that occurs as soon as we can, just to for planning purposes, if there's a verdict of first degree murder, when you think what we're looking at in that regard.
Judge, this gentleman whom I've asked to come forward is Carlos Fuentes. He is the investigator.
No, it's not the father. It's the investigator. He's the investigator. The goon is the investigator.
For the defense team. We have several of Mr. Soto-Escalera's family in Connecticut. We've been trying to communicate with them and corral them for the past few days. Mr. Fuentes is in a better position than I to tell you what the situation is, but there are 7, 8, maybe 9 persons in Bridgeport. They are Mr. Soto-Escalera's family. I believe they are all, virtually all, living with the help of public assistance. I believe that Connecticut provides social workers and other liaison persons to guide them through the use of those systems. They do not have electronics, no laptops, no computers. They are essentially, I went up there and visited with them during the pendency of this case, akin to children who don't really function or not fully plugged into the 21st century. To get them down here to testify in person, we have in mind that Mr. Fuentes would travel up there, do his best to corral them, usher them through the airport. These are people who don't have their own transportation. They don't know how to work airline tickets online. They would not know how to walk into an airport, up to a kiosk and get themselves a boarding pass printed. They don't know what a boarding pass is. They don't travel, they don't fly. They are a very disconnected sort of group of people, and yet we would like them here to testify. And Mr. Fuentes is going to give you an idea of how long that might take. I think we are suggesting possibly September 30, but I will turn it over to Mr. Fuentes, Judge, if that is acceptable to you.
Yes, although before you do that,
We have some local witnesses who are available before that, and I do believe we can get Mr. Soto-Escalera's father, Concepcion Soto, here from Puerto Rico before that date. But it is the Bridgeport witnesses that are a concern to me.
well, I imagine the investigator is just going to tell me he thinks it's going to take until September 30th to do that.
Right, Your Honor, because they add to that, they're in New Haven. So they're like, there would be 3 hours either to go to the closest airport, which would be on LaGuardia, and get them going out of there. So it's not only just the herding and getting them, but they transport them to the nearest airport from the different municipalities that they're in New Haven. I know it's a burden on the court, and this is not something that typically I run into. But these are people who really have little or no means at all, no transportation. And I'd be more than happy to be able to do this to expedite it. I wish we didn't have to do it. It's not typical. But this is the only way that I know it's going to happen, because for these individuals to get into some type of vehicle anyhow, to get 3 hours to an airport, and to get them through LaGuardia, and to get them into a flight back here and settle into a hotel and get them all back here in the morning for court to testify machine gun one after another. I would say safely, September 30th. I mean, they're paraplegic kids they take care of that they got to attend to as well. And that's the situation. If I could do it sooner, I'd be more than happy to oblige the court.
So we're talking, I mean, the goal would be to start on Wednesday, the 24th. The request is an extra 6 days, but not sure I understand what the need for the additional days are. I mean, I realize it's going to be a difficult haul, but this is Friday.
So just explain what's going on here. So if he's found guilty, then the next phase is going to be the death penalty stage. So in order for that to happen, there's another hearing that happens. The defense is saying that they will obviously want Jose Soto-Escalera's family to be there and to testify and to give character references, whatever, stuff like that. The defense is saying that these aren't normal people. They don't travel, they don't do anything. So they got paraplegic children. They don't have them watch the trial or anything like that. This is very unusual what this is. So it's going to take, well, the inspectors say it's going to take time to get everyone on board, get everyone together in one place, and then to take them to the airport and bring them out. The judge is asking, could it be done sooner? That's what we're discussing right now. But because of the children's needs, I believe that's what they're saying, that they need for the children's needs. So, I don't know. I did think about Zoom as well, to be fair. I thought that, why not? But maybe because they want to be there, I don't know. But we listen to what they got to say here now.
Go up tomorrow, lasso them all up, bring them to an airport, and get them here by early next week. I'm not sure.
They've been on standby, so again, I don't know exactly how they're scheduled with doctors, or again, there's a paraplegic child that needs to be tended to as well. I'll be more than happy to do it as soon as I possibly can make it happen, and I could, inform the court as I go.
Well, I can't play it by ear as a judge, and we have to have a date certain to do this. From my perspective, and I'll let the state ask you questions too, obviously, but I want to give the defense a fair opportunity to do that. I'm not convinced that if we do the penalty phase Wednesday, that's not a fair opportunity given the weekend and then Monday and Tuesday to effectuate that. Cost is not an issue. I'll authorize whatever it takes.
I believe those costs have already been authorized.
Right, it's already been authorized, so I'm sympathetic to the logistics, but I mean, it's a grave inconvenience to the judiciary to postpone it in that regard.
Well, can we give a status on Monday as to that matter? How far I've gone with it? And how many reeled up and how many?
The other thing is, I'm not convinced. We could always do a status. I want to be fair, but if I pose the question this way, if it can't be done by Wednesday, why would we think that it could be done at a later time to do that? You follow that?
I don't know what their schedules or what their lives are at. We're waiting for this. I mean, they know the case was going on, but now we're ready. This is D-Day. Now it's time to call, hey, let's go. How quick can you be ready to go?
Also, as a backup, I realize this is a capital situation, but if there's been a conversation about if you were to make your best effort to get them here in person, but if that falls apart, I'm also open to, we could Zoom them if someone is up there. I do that all the time, and we could do that just as well. They would appear via Zoom to do that. I'm just throwing that. I think that the state would, I think we'd have to have an agreement. I think the defense is inclined to agree with that, but I have no problem setting that up. I mean, I didn't Zoom this trial because I don't Zoom trials like of this, but for the penalty phase, but absolutely have the ability to do that.
Investigator Fuentes is up there with them, and that we can't do it the way we would like and bring them here timely in person. We could conceivably do that. These people wouldn't be able to arrange that themselves, but we would need to build in a little bit of extra time. I was hoping to have them here Monday, and Mr. Richardson would have a chance to talk to them as he has indicated he wants to do and has a right to do on Monday or Tuesday if need be. But we will need to build in some time if we're going to Zoom for Mr. Richardson and or Mr. Cormier to do a deposition of him.
And to be clear, we've tried this before. We tried to coordinate a Zoom depositions for them back in, I want to say May or June.
Right.
And it never materialized.
I think the difference was
assistance as what they
exactly. That was, and given their unsophisticated nature, that was asking them to have a phone or do something on their own. If he's the master of ceremonies, I was thinking of the most euphemistic term for this scenario without denigrating the people up there. We could literally do it on his cell phone as if he's with them. We do that all the time, and the quality of that is pretty fantastic given where we are with the Zoom. So if the lawyers are amenable to that, and you could do your depositions, that way too. But the difference is he would fly up there and get with them to facilitate it. And that for them is the easiest and least extremely convenient.
And we would need a mitigation expert up there with you as well, because they live in different municipalities around town. So my plan was for the deputies, the same as in one centralized place, and just start bringing them in one after another, so they're all lined up and ready to go.
However, that'd be leave that to you, but
that's fine. There's enough money allocated to achieve that. That's not a problem.
I think that should be if everyone's okay with Zoom. I'm
okay with it. Sure. I just want to make sure I get an opportunity to speak to them through deposition before they actually testify.
Right.
That's my only request.
And as we broached this subject once before, in my experience in this field of litigation is that the depots are pretty finite. They're going to say what they're going to say. Now you know what they're going to say.
Yes, the commentary will be as expected, I would say.
Right, right. So I think that should be the game plan. However you want to logistically facilitate that, that's fine with me. But I will turn on the Zoom. They'll appear on the screen there. The lead attorneys know because we do this all the time. But for you, that's the easiest rather than getting them to, they don't have to leave the person that you mentioned, the special needs person, that much preferred.
Okay, if I understand, no adjustment in the present schedule. If we can get the witnesses here in person, that will be fine. If we cannot, the court would accommodate a video appearance.
Absolutely.
Possible.
Absolutely. So we would aim for Wednesday if the verdict is the first degree murder. Yeah.
And assuming there is sufficient time and we can get the depositions that the state wants concluded in time. All right.
You know, I hearken back to other cases I've done with this exact same problem. And before the pandemic, in the advent of Zoom, or Zoom taking over the world, people had to go to like a copy shop and had to have a special camera, and it was much more of a nightmare because of the Zoom, the blessing that Zoom is. If there's any way that this is going to get done, the easiest way, most likely for it to happen, would be for you or the other person in the mitigation specialist to be with these people, either if they're in one place or different places with a regular cell phone. The quality would be excellent, and the state would have the ability to do the deposition and get it all done. Yeah.
Well, the witnesses do, of course, have a pre-existing relationship with Mr. Fuentes and Ms. Schwartz, our mitigation people. So.
Great. Okay. Very good. So that's a good plan. I think we all benefited by having that discussion. Let's aim for the 24th. And also, it's good on our end, too, because if that can't be done that way, I think there's no other way it would have been possible. I mean, if we can't pull it off by Zoom, it's not possible. All right, very good. And the attorneys, of course, have my Zoom number that I use all the time for that purpose. Very good. Thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess awaiting a verdict or a question.
Could I have a copy of the verdict form?
Right. So just for those walking in, so the inspector now will fly to Connecticut, or one of his colleagues will fly to Connecticut, and he will try and corral everybody together and bring them to Florida. The issue is with the children, I think the disabilities with the children, or one child at least. But they don't have internet, they don't have devices, so they can't do this on their own. But the inspector can set everything up for them. And hence why the judge was saying, look, you can go to a cafe, you can do it off your phone. So, and the inspector or his colleague will now facilitate it. Now, this is only relevant if he's found guilty on murder 1. If he's found guilty on any of the other charges, which I don't remember what they are, none of this matters. This is just for the death penalty phase. If he's found guilty on murder 1. If he's found guilty on one of the other charges, none of this matters. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. So yeah, it's just for protocol more than anything. That it's important for them to do it. It's important for the judge to do it, because he can't turn around then in his appeal to be like, well, in my sentencing hearing, I didn't get a fair try of it because the people I wanted to testify were not there. So that's why the judge is very lenient in the sense of using Zoom, because he has to, basically. Because otherwise that could be going against his rights as a defendant, that he didn't have who he wanted to be present. It's all political, it's all bullshit, but you got to tick the boxes sometimes, unfortunately. I'd not listened to this bullshit on Court TV, fuck them. But we're here. Anyway, we just chat. What's going on, everybody? What are we doing? What's the news? What's news out there? What's news out there? The state has to pay. Yeah, but however, again, Terry, just remember, it's only for the death penalty. If it's first degree, that would be the norm anyway. If it's not, then the state don't pay. Nobody pay. It's done. If they want to do where they'll be able to zoom in, they'll probably still zoom in, but the state won't pay them. It's only for the death penalty. Because the death penalty phase, they would pay for it because it is the death penalty, But if it's for any of the phase, they're not going to pay for it. But by law, You have. So as bizarre as it might sound, by law, the defendant has that right. Because if he doesn't have his family there remember, it's death penalty hearing. If he doesn't have people he wants there, like family, it's not like unusual sentencing. The jury will select if he's going to get death or not. So that's what the hearing's for. If it was just a hearing for how many years he has in prison, that's totally different. Who gives a fuck? They probably wouldn't even be there. He probably wouldn't even tell them. But because it's a hearing about whether he's going to be put to death or not, he has to have people there for that hearing. So that's why it's important. That's why the state want to pay for it. This is why the judge will bend over backwards for it, because he has to do everything correctly. And also, even though we think he's guilty, do you know what I mean? There will be other defendants on death penalty that may not be, and it's important to follow the same process for everybody, because the last thing we want or need is, I believe he's guilty, so I do not want him to have an appeal. Why should he have an appeal? He's been found guilty. So the loopholes, we need to pin the loopholes and say, because imagine if he came back in 5 years and said, well, I didn't have the right people there, the court didn't allow me to have X, Y, and Z there. That probably would be enough for him to get a new trial, which gives extra excess cost to the state. So it's better to do it right than wrong, even though it is pretty bullshit. But also, I'm glad the judge says Zoom. Just do it on Zoom. No one needs to be there. If they're not there, they're not there. So, I don't know. I pass on it because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how other people live. So I'm very surprised by it, but I don't think he's lying. I don't think it's saying he's lying either, because if he was, then that would as a something for the court. He can't exaggerate stuff. So, but this world, look, I put nothing past anybody anymore. So. This is kind of Friday. It is. I should be fasting right now, but instead I'm eating Nicholas. I found out with fasting, sometimes you just need a break from fasting. You just need a break from it. I'm on a break from it for a couple of weeks myself. So fuck it, just you just need it sometimes. I've got no energy, so I need to eat. They might all be illegals and won't show up anyway. Well, they may be. That's why the inspectors go in, so that might be true, Terry. There you go. I bet this guy officer of the court. Yes, officer of the court. That's what it is. So that's why I presume it is true, because he is an officer of the court. So eat them fast. So that's where we're at. Anyway, so what do we think? 90 minutes or... So it's 50-50 pretty much. Half of you believe it will take more than 90 minutes, and half believe it'll take less than 90 minutes to get a verdict. I don't think it'll be that long. I think contention will be whether this could be murder one or not, So we'll see. Most of you are working. I was going to say most of you working hard, but then I remember Sarpesia. So most of you working, I'll leave it after working, not the hard bit, I wish I could play golf, Katie. I'm not really good at playing golf. So if they're truly Puerto Rico, they would not be illegals if they are actually Puerto Rican. Yeah. I don't believe they will be illegals. Pregnant Mistress murder trial. Ooh, what's that? Oh, that's one we're watching now. Fuck. I was going to say, that sounds interesting. That's what we're watching. Shit. Lunch is coming at 12:30. Well, it's 12:15 lunch is coming. So maybe you're right. Maybe like 1 o'clock or something then. I got 2 breakfast pancake dogs in the air fryer right now. Sounds nice. Another CG. Every day's Friday for therapy, every day. So what happened with the sex sheds trial? Why did you all nix that one? It just got too boring. It's just too many witnesses. It got too boring. It got too boring. Let's launch that with that. Do you know what? I'm losing my mind, people. I was like, oh, that really sounds interesting. I was like, that's the fucking one we're watching, you muppet. I know, Robin G, I'm turning into you today. Robin G's having a bad day today, like I did yesterday. Oh, what a numpty I am. I generally thought, ooh, nice. Nice trial. Oh. I bought a ton of juice today, and so I'm going to be juicing tomorrow. Oh. So I was up early today. I've had a long week, Terry. I'll be honest with you, I've had a long week. Ooh. It has been a long week. Oh. And yeah, that's the first time I've had one stick. Oh, you can't see it. One stick today. She remembered me. She stuck me and took my blood. Even worse is I had to take my hour lunch at 8 a.m. Fuck. To get to the docks and now work till 4. Shit, that's shit. Don't you get, oh yeah, Americans are odd. So for us, you do get time given. So in the UK, you get some time given, discretionary to go to the doctors, Boss told me I'm taking 15 minutes of lunch. Whew. But the problem in the UK is, though, people take the piss then. Because then, also they got doctor appointments every fucking week, it seems, So there's a balance needed sometimes, But that seems a bit harsh, like, T12 giving the pups a bath. I know. Sarah P, she gives her pups a bath as well. Oi, Sarah P. So, hang on. Danielle, you can have it again if you want, my darling. There it is, Danielle. Can you see it? Just for you, Danny. No Dave today, though, Dan. I haven't seen Dave today. To ask you, Katie, I think it's going to be quick, Katie. So I'm not planning on putting much on. I'm just going to chat the chat, see what's happening. See what's happening with chat, and then just take it from there. Because every time we play something now, I get struck. So copyrighted. So I'm just trying to. Oh, hang on. Shit. So the other ones are Verdict Watch as well. Then I didn't realize that. The other one is on Verdict Watch. So the dildo one is on Verdict Watch as well. I did not know that. Oh shit, we should have watched it then. Shit. I didn't realise that it was going to be on Verdict Watch. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna, jury deliberating. Hang on. Let me go in this one then. See you, Rhonda. Have a good weekend yourself, my darling. It's double Verdict Watch. I didn't realise that. That was quick. I know. I genuinely didn't realise that it was going to be like that. I thought it was going to go on for a while. Shall we watch the closings of that then? Just to see what they say in the closings of that one. because that might be funny. Let's have a look. Because I don't really want to watch more of the trial. Right, hang on. I'm only going to play this until the verdict comes out. If the verdict does come back, then I ain't gonna. So 54. It's about. They've been deliberating 37 minutes, and we've been deliberating for 34. So they've been deliberating for 3.5 minutes more on that one. So it's about 2 hours closings on this. But I do think it'd be interesting to hear what they have to say. So what I'll do is I'll leave the screen like this. And I'll do this. I'll copy this. I'll put this. If I could turn back time, if I could fly away. That's true. I could play 1.5. Shit, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, KD. That's a really good idea. I'll play a 1.5, people. If I could turn back time, if I could fly away. Right. Playback speed 1.5. What's it? Florida versus closing arguments 3.5. I like the stream for them as well because I'm nice like that. Right, here we go. I'll pump it up.
Good morning, members of the jury. Before I start, I want to thank you for your time and attention this week. I know it's been a long week, and there's been quite a bit of evidence in a lot of cases, so thank you for that. This is Tim Smith. Tim was happy. He was successful. He was kind. He was involved in the community. He was loved by everyone. Tim was everything that the defendant was not, and the defendant couldn't stand it. And when Tim decided he was finally going to leave the defendant and move to the land and get a new job, the defendant was so angry. He told everybody, if Tim thinks he's leaving me and moving, he's got another thing coming. He thought Tim owed him. He was not going to let Tim leave him that way. So instead, he brutally murdered him. This is a case about death by 1,000 cuts. And what that means is that there isn't one big piece of evidence or one big witness, but the accumulation of many seemingly small pieces of evidence, when put together, become devastating, and they result in the overwhelming proof of guilt. That's what this case is about. The defendant thought he was smarter than everyone. When Darrell Levine asked him, "Did you do this?" He didn't say no. He said, "No one is ever going to be able to prove it."
Like literally, Robin, you're having the worst day ever, Robin. Robin's having the worst day ever. Is his closings? That means Robin does not look at the screen. Oh, Robin G, you're turning to me, Robin G. You're turning to me. Yes, this is closings. her purple is a bit lighter, isn't it? Or but darker than our purple. It's darker than our purple.
But guess what? He hadn't met Sergeant Pinder and the other detectives from the Marion County Sheriff's Office because they worked tirelessly for 8 months to prove this case. And remember all the things they told you they did. The detectives canvassed both neighborhoods where the apartment was and the residence was numerous times. They dug through the trash at those places. They knocked on every door and tried to collect every piece of video that they could. Other detectives went to every single business on the street between the apartment and the residence. They dug through the dumpsters there looking for evidence, and they got every single piece of video footage that they could. And then for the next several months, Sergeant Pinder reviewed all of that video footage. And think about how much video footage that was. I mean, they were asking for a span of 12 to 24 hours. He reviewed every piece of that until he found the defendant's truck and Tim's Jeep on that. So in the end, the defendant was wrong. We can prove it to you, and I'm going to show you that this morning. The defendant's charged, as you know, with 1 count of first-degree murder. And the judge read this to you, and this is in your jury instructions. This is what we have to prove to you before you can find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Now, you also heard in the jury instructions, there's what's called lesser included offenses. So even though this is what's charged, you will have 2 other options, second-degree murder and manslaughter. But the judge will tell you, you have to find the defendant guilty of the highest charge we have proven to you, which I submit to you is first-degree premeditated murder. The elements of second-degree murder and manslaughter are in your jury instructions. Second-degree murder would be if there was no premeditation, and the defendant and Tim just had a big fight, and the defendant killed him. Manslaughter is if the defendant didn't intend to kill Tim, but he didn't act which killed Tim. Neither one of those apply to the facts in this case. And when you look at the elements of first-degree murder, you won't need to go any further to even look at the second-degree murder or the manslaughter. Now, as you see, there's 3 things, and that's it. These are the 3 things that we have to prove to you for you to find the defendant guilty. Number 1, Timothy Smith is dead. There's no question there. That was stipulated to. That's Timothy Smith, and he is dead. The defense is stipulated to that. Number 1 is crossed off. That's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to skip to 3, the premeditated killing of Tim. Was it premeditated? And I think a lot of people have the wrong conception of what premeditated means. This is the definition of killing with premeditation. It's killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. And what this means is there is no amount of time that has to be present. It doesn't have to be an hour before he decided he was going to kill Tim, the day before, or the week before. The only thing that has to happen for it to be premeditated is he decided he was going to kill him, and he had time to reflect on it and do it. That's what this says. There is no fixed exact period of time. That is what the law in Florida is for you to find him guilty of premeditated murder. And I know we see a lot of shows on TV, and they make lists, they plan it for a while. And even though he did do that here, there is no set amount of time for premeditation. And how do we know it was premeditated? We have 2 different ways we know. One is the diphenhydramine. Tim did not take the diphenhydramine. The only way he got the diphenhydramine was from this guy right here. He had 30 times the amount of a normal dose of diphenhydramine in his system. We know he had a big interview the next day. There's no way he took that on his own. And he's the only person that could give it to him. And the only reason that he would do that is so it would be easier for him to kill Tim, and Tim couldn't fight back. And that's why he did that. That's the only reason he would give him the diphenhydramine. And that clearly proves premeditation. But even if you don't think that he gave him the diphenhydramine, or you have questions about that, the manner in which he killed Tim proves premeditation. And that's because of a strangulation. That's a prolonged, tightening, squeezing, remember, until he broke his neck. When you are doing that, it takes some time. And Dr. Corey said that mark was so defined and dark that it had been on there a while. During that time, when you are doing that and you are squeezing, you intend to kill Tim Smith. There's no way you don't intend to kill Tim Smith during the time it takes to strangle him. That is premeditation. It's the exact definition of premeditation. And also, it's not just strangulation. We have 2 separate acts. He not only strangled him in the most horrific manner, he beat him in the face. I mean, multiple blows, multiple. You have the left eye, you have the right eye. I mean, during that time frame of beating him in the face, the time it takes to go get the ligature, whatever it was, maybe he had it next to him. He had to consciously pick that up, put it around Tim's neck, and then start squeezing it. There was no way you could say that he did not intend to kill Tim Smith and it wasn't premeditated. For both of those reasons. This is clearly a case of premeditated murder. He didn't just all of a sudden snap and say, oh, I'm going to kill Tim. And that's free. So now we've met 1, Tim is dead, we've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. Is it premeditated? Sure. You have 2 different ways it's premeditated. Pick which one. They both apply in this case. What does that leave? the death was caused by the criminal act of Herbert Swilling. That's the last thing we have to prove to you, is that this guy did it. I first want to talk about the defense witnesses before we go into our evidence. We heard from Amy Counts. She said she heard a child or a person screaming Friday night in the general direction of the apartment of Tim in the defense department, which is 3.5 blocks away. Thanks for the testimony, Ms. Counts, but Tim was already dead at that point. We know Tim was dead Friday evening around 11 o'clock. Remember that there had been no use of his phone after 9:45 on Thursday. He didn't go to work. Nobody had seen him. He didn't reply to a text. He didn't reply to a call. And by the time they found him Saturday, he had already started to decompose. So Amy may have heard some screaming or a child screaming Friday night, but it didn't have a thing to do with this case. Not a thing. It added nothing. Matt Beal, I'm not really sure what he was called for. He said he flirted with Tim on Grindr the week he was killed, and then he found out Tim died. Okay. So that's fine. That's all true. That doesn't affect anything, the facts of this case, or make the defendant not guilty. Danielle Velez went out to smoke Thursday night around 9 p.m. The Jeep wasn't there. That's true. It wasn't there at the time, 9 o'clock, because it was at the house. She went to work Friday morning, and the Jeep was there. And she thought that was unusual because it usually wasn't there overnight. True. That's true. We proved that ourselves. The Jeep went there late Thursday night into Friday morning after 9, and it was still there Friday morning because Tim was dead. So Danielle Velez helped prove our case and reinforce what we've already told you. Now we have Rebecca True. She was married to James True. He seems like a horrible individual, and I feel sorry for Rebecca True. But Rebecca True also helped prove our case that James True didn't do it because he was in Fort Lauderdale at the time, which we proved to you. How? James True. So if you remember, we had a lot about DNA. James True's DNA was on an adult sex toy. And if you recall, also, defendants and Tim's DNA was both on that adult sex toy as well. The majority of the DNA on that sex toy was the defendant's. We don't know who had sex with James True at the apartment. That is unknown. All of their DNA was on the sex toy. They both used the apartment for sexual activity. And if you recall, in Deputy Hunt's body cam, the defendant told Deputy Hunt, I was here last Saturday with someone. Tim did not want to play, so he went on a motorcycle ride. So the defendant was there 1 week prior. And that body cam is in evidence if you need to watch it. James True's fingerprint was also on the gun oil lubricant bottom of the bedroom. He was clearly there. He had sex with someone. But what do we know? James True was in Fort Lauderdale where he lived from 5 p.m. on Thursday, March 23rd, until Friday, March 24th at 9:30 a.m. And their own witness, Rebecca True, helped prove what we already knew. She said, all I can say is I was in Marco Island when this happened. But the defendant sent her a selfie from their home in Fort Lauderdale at 5 p.m. on Thursday. And then the next morning, he sent her the video of himself playing with her son at their house in Fort Lauderdale. So we know those parameters right there. What was he doing in between it? So Rebecca True gave us those parameters. Well, now we look at his phone records, because guess what? When the detectives go down there and say, hey, James True, we need to talk to you. Your DNA was found at a crime scene. Can we look at your phone? Sure. Sergeant Binder didn't need to get a search warrant for James True's phone because he said, here it is, and handed it right over to him. And then there at his house, if you recall, Sergeant Binder downloaded the contents. And what do we know from James True's phone? He took a selfie in Fort Lauderdale. He liked to take selfies, clearly, on Thursday, March 23rd at 7:47. His phone shows at 7:47 he was in Fort Lauderdale taking a selfie. And then he took another photo, a tag, some sort of tag on a vehicle, at 11:05 in Fort Lauderdale. This is on his phone, 11:05. And his phone records show he received an instant message from Wells Fargo to verify a credit card charge at Blondie's Sports Bar at 12:54 a.m. At 12:54 a.m., he was at Blondie's Sports Bar doing whatever he did there. Blondie's is in Fort Lauderdale. Sergeant Pinder told you that and personally knows that he's from Fort Lauderdale. That's a 4 to 5 hour drive to Marion County. Because we know he was back by 9:30 the next morning because he sent Rebecca the video. There's no way James True made it to Marion County, murdered Tim, and then made it back to Fort Lauderdale by 9:30 a.m. to send that video to Rebecca. He may be a despicable human being, but he did not murder Tim Smith. That's impossible with the evidence that we have shown to you. And all this evidence is there for you to review. Lloyd Kelly. His DNA was on a lubricant bottle cap that was in the apartment. He testified by Zoom. He's in Virginia. He was meeting random people on Grindr for sexual activities with his wife. He doesn't even remember having sex with Tim or the defendant. He doesn't recognize the apartment. He said it's very common for people that he and his wife would meet at hotels to bring their own lubricant. And the defense attorney made a big deal about asking everybody, did you ever obtain a sample of Lloyd Kelly's DNA? Nobody went and swabbed his cheeks, but nobody's disputing that was his DNA. They got the hit back from CODIS, which is a DNA database that said it was Lloyd Kelly. And he's in there because he's a convicted felon. He's on probation. Got that. Nobody's disputing it. We don't need to go get another swab from him to prove it. It says nobody's disputing. We're not disputing that. But unlike this guy, there's no reason in the world Lloyd Kelly had to kill Tim. There's been no evidence of a reason, no evidence that he even slept with Tim. We don't know. No reason. I mean, he was married, but his wife was participating in the sexual activity that he was doing with other people. There was not a lick of evidence or a reason Lloyd Kelly would want Tim dead. But there's 1,000 reasons he wants Tim dead. So let's move on to 2, which is the last thing we need to prove. Is there any evidence that Tim left that house on his own?
So, okay, let's get the court's not there yet, but it will be there in a second, I believe, because the jury have got a question. So, let's go there for now to see what the question will be. So yeah, so the jury have got a question. I'll pull the banner down so we know where we are. Jury have got a question, but just waiting to hear what the question will be. So yeah, we'll see. If I could turn back time, daffodil and wine. Duffy likes nudes, she likes nudes. Duffy D, she likes nudes. So we'll see. So yeah, I did see Terry law and crime. So a lot of law and crime, I think they're split. I think a lot of them are obviously guilty, but then the split is between death penalty and life in prison. So, and it's obviously here in Florida, it's 8 out of 12 need to agree. Since the Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, back then it was 10 needed to agree on guilty, and they only had 9. So they've changed it now so that 8 guilty is needed for the death penalty. So oh, oh, whoa. Oh, Daffy, 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 dill. Oh, Daffy, dill, Daffy. We're waiting for a question from court. The question from court will be coming. I don't know the question will be question, oh question. There's no obligation. Mother. 1-800-709-6100. Call now. Call now, right? Are they in court now?
This is Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft in today for Ted Rollins. Happy Friday to all of you. We are in Florida this afternoon. We are in a double verdict watch for 2 murder trials. In Fort Pierce, Jose Soto-Escalera is facing the death penalty if found guilty of murdering his 23-year-old pregnant mistress. The jury has been deliberating now just for a short bit in that case, nearly an hour though now. It will take you into that courtroom as soon as there's a verdict. But we want to begin this hour in Florida also. This is Ocala, Florida, where the fate of Herbert Swilley is now in the hands of a jury. He is accused of drugging and then strangling his husband, Tim Smith, and then staging his murder as a sexual encounter gone wrong. You'll notice the verdict clock there has stopped as well. The jury came back a few moments ago requesting to see some body camera footage along with several other questions they had about the investigation. So we'll get you into that courtroom as soon as there's a verdict there. But for now, let's get you caught up on highlights from closing arguments earlier today. Let's go in now for the start of the state's close.
You bitch! You said there was a question. I already don't like her now. She told me there was a question. Well, now I'm lost. Oh, so the clock on that one has stopped. The clock for the Soto one's still going. So this is not good. Oh shit. Okay. Let me. Hang on then. Let me just. Maybe they just. Maybe there isn't the question then. Hang on. Let me just double check something here. Oh, do you remember Travis Decker? Remains are believed to have been found in the mountains of Washington State. A manhunt for Decker had been underway since June, and his 3 young daughters were found murdered at a campground. His remains have been found. They're believed to be his. Right, okay. So there doesn't seem to be a question. So, okay. Let's get back to the trial then. Be right back. I need to find out something. Where have you been? I said that earlier. Said what? What did you say? Right, I will put the other one up now then. For us. Share screen.
To go to the apartment to have sex with some unknown person. None. All the testimony's been Tim was in his PJs at 9:30 ready for bed. The defendant told every officer he saw that. Jordan says that. We know he had a big interview with Nina Corsi the next morning, a very important interview, one of the final interviews to get his job. There is no evidence on his cell phone going back several days, up to Thursday, that he would have any planned meeting with a person. There was nothing. Meet me at the apartment at this time. Let's hook up at this time. There was nothing on his phone talking about meeting anybody at the apartment. There's no user activity on Tim's phone after 9:45 p.m. Nothing. Because at 9:30, he's ready to go to bed, and there's nothing after 9:45. The Dyson-Hydrate level. We can't get around that. I mean, he most likely was not even awake, let alone conscious. There's no way that guy was driving to the apartment to have sex with somebody. He couldn't drive, let alone have sex with somebody with that level of Dyson-Hydrate in the system. There's no way. And also, he didn't take his erectile dysfunction medication, which is tadalafil. And if you recall, the tadalafil was found in the apartment. His name's on it, and he's supposed to take it when he needs it. I asked Dr. Corey about that. When you got the blood results back, did the blood results check for tadalafil? Yes, they did. They screened for that medication. Was that in his system? No, it was not. Certainly he would have taken that if he was going to meet somebody at the apartment. The diphenhydramine surely was in there, but the tadalafil was not. So we know that there is not a shred of evidence that he was going to leave that house and go to the apartment. None. That's all speculation and conjecture on the part of the defense. The marriage was over. I think we've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. It started deteriorating in 2019 when they joined AA. Jordan said they stopped drinking, they started arguing. And going back a year before the murder in May of 2022, Diane DeLucy, she hired the defendant to do some work at her house, and he was there a couple times. And she said he was very angry with Tim. And he yelled and screamed while he was there, yelling, "Tim owes me," and Tim is a lazy SOB. And she demonstrated for you how he said those things about Tim. This is just about a year before Tim was murdered. That's when things started their downhill spiral. And in the months leading up to the murder, Jordan would go to work early. She was working at Rita's Italian restaurant. She would go early just to get away from all the fighting that was happening in her house. But by March of 2023, we know things were really, really bad. And you heard from Jessica Hendricks and Michael Horton. And they were friends with both Tim and the defendant. These aren't any people that were like, oh, we were best friends with Tim and we didn't like the defendant. They were friends with both of them. And they said about a month before Tim was killed, they hired the defendant to put in a sink, like a salon sink at their house, and it took a long time, about 6 or 7 hours. And all he did for almost the majority of that time is complain about Tim and their relationship. They described him as being frustrated, angry, and defensive. And remember, they weren't asking questions. I said, were you asking about the relationship? They were not asking questions. That's a long time. Think about how long that was, how mad he must have been to spend so many hours venting about Tim. He told Jessica there were problems in the relationship and they were breaking up. He told Jessica that Tim can't take anything from him. He's a hardworking man and he supported the family, which we know is not true. You have all the financial records, which are in evidence. And the defendant told Jessica if he had to do it all over again, he would marry a man. He was done. He was mad. He told Michael about Tim's new job. He was not happy about that either. He told Michael Horton they were fighting a lot and they're probably going to split up. And the demeanor that everybody describes as angry and mad. And if you recall, Michael Horton tried to console the defendant because they were friends. So he's got no reason to make any of this up. I said, what did you say to the defendant who was complaining? I tried to console him because we were friends. We've got no reason to come in here and make any of these things up. Now, we did put some hospital records and evidence I'm going to show you, but Jessica and Michael were about a month before Tim was killed. Now we move on to Sunday, March 19th of 2022. This is 4 days before the murder. Tim was in the hospital. The defendant went to brunch with a group of friends from AA. And he sat next to Daryl Levine. And he started telling Daryl that Tim was getting another job, and he was very unhappy about it. And he told Daryl, if Tim thinks he's going to get another job and leave me with nothing, he's got another thing coming. Did that happen? Did he say that? Yes. And we also know because Kevin Branch heard it. He was at the brunch and you heard him say it. And if you recall, he said, the defendant wasn't even talking to me. But because of the intensity with which he was saying these things, I turned to look. So imagine, you're at a big brunch. The intensity with which the defendant was complaining about Tim was so strong that Kevin turned and looked. And he heard him say, if Tim thinks he's leaving me and taking another job somewhere else, he's got another thing coming. And then the defendant also told Daryl, which really bothered Daryl, Jordan and I loved Tim. We really did. In the past tense. All of these witnesses and all this testimony confirms there's no question this marriage was over. And think about this new job. You heard a lot about that and you probably wonder why. Well, think about that he was willing to leave a job he had been at for 7 or 8 years. He loved that job. Everybody loved him there. This was not a big pay raise. He wasn't getting a big pay raise. I mean, of course, he said, look, he was making more than we were willing to pay, but I was going to get the management, the owners to come up to what his salary was because she wanted him so bad. So he wasn't getting a pay raise, and he was going to have to relocate. He was going to have to leave all of his close friends. And you heard about the close group of friends that he had. And think about this, he was also going to have to leave Jordan. I mean, Jordan was like a daughter to him. He and the defendant had been together since she was 8 years old. How bad were things with the defendant that Tim was going to give up everything he had and loved in Ocala to get away from this guy? He was going to give it all up for no more money and to leave everything. And we know he definitely wanted the job because Nina Portia said, well, she was surprised too that he wanted to leave Brookdale. She was surprised. Tim said he was very excited for a new opportunity and change. That's what he said. The last thing that Tim emailed Nina Corsi, she testified was, can't wait to talk to you, looking forward to it, at 9:43 on Thursday, March 23rd. That final interview was Friday at 9 a.m. And you know he was going to get the job because Nina said, I told the owners, this guy's great, he's very professional, we need to make him an offer. And she said when she recommended someone to the owners, they always went with what she said. But think about how bad things were that he was going to give up everything he loved to get away from this guy. And how good a divorce affect the defendant? Well, we know because he told everybody how financially destitute he would be without Tim's salary. He told everybody, after Tim died, I need the life insurance money, I'm struggling financially. There's no question that he could not afford to live the way he was without Tim's salary. The day after they found Tim's body, Candace Baker went over to the house. And she said the defendant was already in the office looking for the insurance papers. And he told her, I need my money. The day after they found Tim's body. Why? Because that's why he did it, so he would have the life insurance money. He told Jordan multiple times he needed the insurance money to pay the bills. He told Victor Gardner multiple times he was struggling financially. He told Daryl Levine he was having a hard time getting the insurance money and he needed it. He told everybody that. That was no secret. And he talked about getting the insurance settlement and he was going to take a big trip in an RV to the mountains once he got his money. Now, Deputy Kyle Shaw is the first well-being deputy. He did that check on Friday, March 24th. And if you recall, the defendant did everything he could to make sure that that deputy had no reason to make forced entry into the apartment. Everything he could. Deputy described the situation as nothing urgent, nothing to cause alarm or suspicion. He said the defendant made it seem like it was not that big of a deal. The defendant told Deputy Shaw, oh, Tim meets clients here and then he leaves in their car all the time. No worries. Based on what the deputy saw and the defendant's lack of concern, lack of urgency, there was no exigent circumstances and Deputy Shaw could not break into the apartment. And the defendant told Sergeant Pinder that Deputy Shaw told him to go check the hospitals to see maybe Tim's there, which is interesting because guess what? The 2 weekends before the defendant murdered Tim was in the hospital. This is March 11th of 2023. This is 2 weekends before. Tim goes to the hospital because he was complaining of waking up in the morning, trying to get out of bed, and then passing out and falling on the floor. He woke up, he was weak, and he was unable to get to the bed. Once he was helped to the bed, he was seeing double vision, and he again passed out. 2 weekends before, Tim's at the hospital. He doesn't stay that day, although the hospital records are in evidence. He checks himself out, they do a bunch of tests, they're like, we don't know what's wrong, and he leaves. But guess what? He goes back the following weekend. And this is the Saturday before he's murdered, March 18th. He goes back to the hospital again. Same thing. He says, complained of weakness, difficulty getting his words out, and it began at 00:30, which would be 12:30 in the morning when he woke out of sleep. He attempted to ambulate to walk to the bathroom when he became weak. He had difficulty getting out of bed and difficulty getting his words out. He had to spend the night in the hospital. This is Saturday. He spent the night at the hospital and got discharged on Sunday. This is the Sunday that the defendant was at La Cuisine having brunch. why his husband was in the hospital for the second weekend in a row. And these are the things. He's passing out. He's dizzy. He can't get his words out. This is the weekend before his body's found. Knowing that, how do you not tell the deputy that when he comes there on Friday, when you call him? You don't tell the deputy? Oh my God, my husband has been in the hospital the past 2 weekends. He's been passing out. He's weak. He can't talk. We don't know what's wrong with him. You don't tell the deputy that? It's because you don't want the deputy to go in there. You already know that. You know Tim's dead in there.
Excuse me. I'll push for a second.
What is a person's normal response? Kick in the door? Is Tim passed out in the apartment? His Jeep's here. He's passed out the past 2 weekends. He hasn't been able to get to the bed. A person's normal response would be to break in the door. He was a handyman. He put that door on. He fixed the door. His excuse is, I didn't want to get arrested, so I didn't kick in the door. Okay. He didn't do that. He didn't do any of that because he knew Tim was already dead there. Even if he didn't want to kick in the door, he would have certainly told the deputy. And the only reason he didn't do any of that is because he knew Tim was already in there dead. Because if he didn't know that, he would have forced entry into the apartment or certainly told the deputy, because then the deputy would have been able to go in there under exigent circumstances. And even further, when he finally gets Jack, the landlord, to meet him at the apartment with the key, he still doesn't go in. If you recall the body cam, the deputy comes up and he's standing against the car with Jack, the landlord. Jack was asked, why didn't you guys go in if you were both there with the key? And Jack, the landlord, said, he didn't want to go in. I don't know why we waited for the deputy. I mean, his whole thing is, I don't have a key, I can't get in. But when you finally get the key, and you're standing there with the landlord, why don't you go in then? If he'd been there the weekend before, on his own without Tim, the landlord is there, there's no reason not to go in. The only reason is because he knows Tim's already dead in there. He's got a key, and he's just kicking back with Jack, waiting for the cops to get there. There's no other reason he didn't go in there with the key. And these are, you heard about the text messages that the defendant sent to Tim over Thursday night and Friday and Saturday. And these are just two that I put up here from Saturday. And the first one's at 5:48 in the morning. The defendant is trying to cover his tracks. He's got to make it look like I'm looking for Tim. He says, hey, Tim, still haven't heard from you. Spent all night, still worried. Please give me a call if you get a chance. Love you. Of course, no response. Then at 6:06, hey, Dave, I have no idea where you're at. What's going on? I'm heading to work in the Villages. Please give me a call. Is this a realistic text that you're going to send your husband, who hasn't contacted you, hasn't called you, hasn't texted you? You've got the police involved. If you didn't kill him and you're really worried about where he is, you just gonna be like, hey, babe, I don't know where you are. Or you're gonna be like, call me right now. I've called the cops. Where are you?
I'm going to object to golden rule again.
That's the same.
I would move for a mistrial at this point.
Then, gentlemen, ask you to step out just for a few moments with the bailiff.
Oh, shit. I did not expect that. I've never seen that before. I'm going to slow it down. I've never seen that before. Wow. And I never heard anybody. I've heard, like, can we approach, please? Let's lower the playback speed to normal. Listen to this. Oh, we know, spoiler alert, there's no mistrial, but interesting.
Hi, sir. The jury is out of the courtroom. You had an objection. I sustained the objection. Is there anything further you want the court to consider?
Yes, I would ask the court. I would move the court for a mistrial. The state initially crossed that line into golden rule territory. The court caught it. It admonished the parties. And now it has happened yet again. The only recourse, I don't believe a curative instruction is enough to overcome what has occurred. For a golden rule, the remedy is a mistrial. So I am moving for a mistrial at this point, and would ask the court to grant the motion.
Ms. Byrne?
Judge, after we discussed that at the bench, I said a person the next several times. That was the first time, if I said you, that I said it after a person. I clearly said a person all the times after that.
All right. First of all, I don't find there was a true golden rule violation, which is when an attorney is trying to put the juror in the place of the defendant or the victim in order to gain sympathy, in order to, generate.
So the golden rule is obviously, Katie explained that now, putting the juror in their place. Clear juror in closing. Well, they had to because he went for mistrial. He had to do it. There you go. Napping's better than nothing. We can watch you. We'll put you up instead of this. You know what OF means, Daffy Dill. You've got one yourself. Daffy, Bex meet Daffy, Daffy meet Bex. I don't think you both met each other. You're both on the opposite scale of age, but Daffy's got an OnlyFans as well. So Daffy enjoys. Daffy mainly, me and Daffy do online cam together. She likes online cam. She likes to see me in the shower. So we normally do that. So Daffy's been around here for a while. So and this is young Bex. Young Bex is 29, Daffy. So I don't think you've met Bex yet, Daffy. And Bex, don't let Daffy Dill corrupt you, because she might be an old stager, but she's young at heart, and she teaches us all a thing or two. Right, here we go. So yeah, the golden rule, they're explaining it now. So
Some sort of empathy, anger, anything else along those lines, because that's not appropriate for the jury to consider. I noticed Ms. Burnt saying you. As I told you guys when I called you up, I just said, hey, let's kind of be careful about this, because my opinion and what I said when you guys came up here, in case the record wasn't clear, is that I believe she's using you in kind of the omniscient, like not you as a juror, just like you as in, the omniscient, the world in general. She was using it to describe how generally a person might feel or do, and then comparing that to what the defendant did. I find that I believe in this situation, and what I find is that there's no intention to put the jurors in the play, or make the jurors feel like they're in the place of the defendant or the victim or any.
Right, hang on. Hang on, people. So there's a verdict. There's a verdict. That's why I've stopped it. There's a verdict in the trial. So we're going back here 2 seconds. There is a verdict. So in R1, Jersey Jen, in R1, Jersey Jen. So I was just trying to get it back in. So we are ready. Jose try, yes. So obviously we know what it's going to be. So this will be the end of the stream as well. Once the verdict comes in, this will be the end of the stream. So the poll was less than 90 minutes. So those of you said less, congratulations to all of you. That was under 90 minutes. That was 2:33 and is now so 75 minutes, well, less than 75, about 70 minutes. About 70 minutes. So it's 75 minutes into it now, but it was obviously less than that, so more like 60 to 70 minutes. And just a reminder, I will be going off. I'm not feeling well today, so I said once the verdict was in, I'm going to leave. They may have it afterwards, Terry. They you know, they have to they probably have it afterwards. You have to take walking times to do. So I sort of did the CG. So it's 75 minutes from when they left to right this second. So I took 15 minutes off in the terms of, you know, walking to the room, getting sat down.
Pretty slow.
So about 60 minutes, I suspect it would have been. And they may have sent it back about 5-10 minutes ago. So yeah, I would estimate about 60 minutes of deliberations. This is crazy. I got sick this bug, Dave. I got sick this bug. I hope it is a 24-hour one. I hope, and that's it. I'm not feeling great. But Danielle was here earlier on. Dave, Danielle was on here earlier on. Well, I suspect, Robin, maybe the DP part of it will take longer. The actual sentencing might take longer. Maybe, I don't know. Depends how people feel about death penalty, I suppose. But just a reminder, we are going to the sentencing phase on this on Wednesday. So that's when that is planned to occur. You drive me crazy. So defenders coming in. Well, defender know already. To be quite honest with you, everyone knew he was going to be found guilty. This is not the stage that is a shock. The important stage is the death penalty stage. So that's the stage that they will want to look at. That's the one. I think everybody knows he was going to be found guilty. This is not going to be a shock for him. So, yeah, Daffy Dill, Bex is always on her back. She's similar to you, always laying on her back on the mattresses. Similar, Daffy's always got her on her back as well, legs in the air. Like she just don't care. Bex, you will be Daffy Dill in the future. Oh, so yeah. Right, once it's in, people, we'll be ending the stream. So thank you for being here for this stream and for this trial. We'll be back Monday. At Karen's hearing, I believe, is at 2:00. So 2:00 Eastern. So we'll have that. I think he's probably not. He's disengaged from his wife, I imagine. Or she was happy for him to do so because she's not in trouble. I have no idea. She's not there, so maybe she doesn't even know. Daffy, Bex, Daffy, well, and Sarah P can. If you need any OnlyFans tips, Bex, lovely Sarah P can tell you all about it. She's a pro. And if you need any dildos, vibrators, Sarah P is a saleswoman for Ann Summers. Thank you, Robin. G. No, CG, he looks pissed now. I think he knew this was, this is the thin shock. I think it's going to be like, right, is it going to be death or not? I mean, dude, you're on fucking, you were heard saying that you want to kill her. Bex will take all the tips. Men, get your tips out. Bex will take them all. Bex is the Bonnie Blue of the chat. No, that's Sarah P. Sarah P does conjugal visits in Texas, so she knows how to work the room. Bex, no pun intended, exactly, Katie. Exactly, Badaza. You drive me crazy. Come on, let's get the verdict. Daffodil looks just like your type, Daffodil. Bah, mean son of a bitch. Dee. Oh, Daffodil. ba ba ba. Daffodil, Daffodil, always with Will. Daffodil, also likes Bill. Daffy cheats on me with Will and Bill. Daffodil, dill. Thank you, Daffy. Now I'll go listen to the Mega Motion. Oh, good luck with that. Fuck that. I'll read it myself. I think I have no desire to watch it with anybody. I'd rather read it quietly in bed. Mega Motion. Go through it. Fall asleep to it a few times. Oh, all night long. All night. All night. All night long. That's Daffy's new song. All night long. All night. All night. Daffodil, ba 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 ra 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 ra. Daffodil, dill. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find Robin G Spot. Just checking that we are live. Yes, we are live. Just wait for the. I think the defendant's in. Just waiting for everyone else. Daffy dill. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, oh, Daffy dill. Dee-dee-dee-dee. 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 Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Ooh. I've never had a Chick-fil-A, so I need to try it, but I've never had one before. Zara P, Zara P is lovely. It's a little bit bushy inside of this place. We men, we are an absolute disgrace. We need to trim it, we need to trim it now. We need to trim our bushes now. Just to remind the boys, remember to trim the bushes. It's that time of year, winter's coming, trim them back. Oh, it takes a lot for Daffodil to be impressed. There's one in New Bedford now, is there? Oh, there's one somewhere near Boston somewhere. It will probably be disappointment. It's like KFC and stuff, isn't it? People are obsessed with it, but it's not all that. Whoa, my love, my darling, I've hungers for your touch. Get rid of the old summer growth. Yes. A long, lonely while, and time goes by. Come on, Judge, I'm ill. I need to fucking go, Judge. Oh, come on, Judge. Pull your finger out and let's go. Oh, Judge, let's get it going. I'm delusional. because I'm ill. Sorry, people. When I'm ill like this, I've got no energy, so I just sing. I got nothing to say. My son buys a sauce in the grocery store. Daffodil likes Hooters. We all like Hooters. Beep beep. Ooh. Ooh ah. Toot those Hooters. Nothing wrong with a pair of tits. I'd be showing my nips for the last week, so we can talk about stuff like that. Daffy's so good. I'm glad for her mother that this will finally be over 5 years. Well, unfortunately, it's not going to be over, Terry. Do you know what I mean? Not until I think she wants the death penalty. So I think it'll be after the relief will be after the sentencing. You know, so I'm pretty sure she wants the death penalty. So I mean, I think everyone knew he was going to be found guilty. So I think it will be the what do you call it? The sentencing that will put the mother, you know, can then finally, because she's going to have to give the mother's going to have to give testimony and stuff in the hearing. So, yeah, although it's a relief to hear the words guilty, it's still more work for her to do, unfortunately. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Robin G. I think you're right. I saw something about Hooters. And have I been in a Hooters? I think I've been in a Hooters once, I think. In Vegas, maybe. Daffodil needs food. Daffodil's hungry. Gotta go take a look at the same old boobs. Yeah, I mean, that's always the thing, isn't it? You know, if you see the same tits every time, they get a bit repetitive, you know, so gotta spice it up a little bit. Spice up your life. Oh, swing it to the left if you're having a good time. Swing it to the right. Something that Spice Girls, isn't it? Spice up your life. Whoop. Hey, I think I am delusional at the minute because what am I even singing? I don't know. Terry, were they down by the kneecaps? Yeah, I know. Come on, Judge. KD's slap happy. Bex, change the temp, but the boobs will change. That's true. It should be freezing. Freezing in there. Dylan, I just grow them out some more. Cup size GG, double G. Fuck hell, Daffy. Double G Daff. Fucking big titties. Yes, Terry says they had very long-term employees. I know there was competitions like Hooters of the Year and of the month and of the week and stuff like that. That's what she said, Daffodil.
Ole, 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 Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole, let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole.
It's a little bit funny.
It's Christmas time in the U.S. and Wales. Santa Chappie is happy, sharing some tales, telling stories of Christmases from not long ago, while El Chatty is here enjoying the show. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. We're all here together and we're happy. We wish you well, can't you tell? Hurry, Dylan, prep that food, make it snappy. As Dylan, he stays busy as he's looking at his list. Be they naughty, be they nice, he hopes no one gets pissed. The Happy Day show is for all to enjoy, except for Dana, that wanker Speedo boy. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. We're all here together and we're happy. We wish you well, can't you tell? Hurry, Dylan, prep that food, make it snappy. There's lots of love in the chat for each other. Everyone treats the other like their brother or sister in some cases, don't you know? Aaron Hack's bus is coming with El Chappie in tow. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. Sherry D and Rhode Island lady are happy. So is Lisa Reed and Disney Queen. Come on, Christmas, hurry up, don't be mean. Sassy, Toots, Sarah P are all here. And Mark and Bev and Stacy share the cheer. And then, of course, we have the Sweeneys. We love Tracy more than Dana, such a weenie. It's Christmas time now and then. Robin G will be riding through the glen. Boston Amy is also here, while the following folks share the cheer.
Rhodey Di,
Gary Beeston,
Hippie Chick,
Crystal,
Heather Taylor, Daffy Dill, Les,
Danielle F,
Ruka Shrew,
Half Pint Viv,
Terry Martin,
Yaya Trucker,
Kelly Eggleston, Corn Pope Keith.
Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night.
So shout out to Dana for putting that in. Do you know what, the only sad thing, and I hadn't thought about it, the only sad thing about that song, and I do feel sad, is Sassy Bartender, who obviously is no longer with us. So R.I.P. to Sassy Bartender. Hearing that song and seeing Sassy, that did make me a little bit, But yeah, still, it's nice to look back. There's a lot of names there that are no longer here either. So I think half the names there probably never, they're no longer on the channel either. So but Sassy is somebody obviously that I do miss. I think she was always here most days saying hello. So shout out to you, Sass. Yeah, we will have a fresh one. Don't you worry. Dana will make a fresh one for next year. So if you're still around in November, December time, then you probably have your names in there. If you're not, then fucking tough. Your names won't be there. So tough shit. I'm Bex. Bex, you'll be in the next song. As long as you stick around, Bex. You just gotta sit tight for a couple of months, Bex. Then Dane will make another song. And OnlyFans, Bex. If there's a mattress, you'll find the Bex. Because she's simply the Bex. Hey, Bex. You're simply the Bex. Bow, 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 bow. Bex is better than all the rest. Bow, bow, bow. Bex loves mattresses. Bex likes to test them out. Because Bex is the best. Bow, down, down, down. There you go, Bex. Now you're happy. Yeah, there you go. Standing Stones, I know. It's tough, son. It's tough, Sean. There you go. Get a dog to adopt. I mean, bit of company. I know. I get it. It's a sad day. I know. I know, my friend. We will rock you. So we're still waiting. I don't know why we're waiting. It must be to do with the for the jury, not jury, the lawyers or something, because the defendants there, the attorneys might just be a little bit away, unless I haven't, because it keeps shaking. The court camera keeps shaking. So. Yeah, I'd be pissed if jury now. I'd be like, well, are we going to eat? Or maybe the jury are eating. We don't know. But verdict is in. The attorneys are probably fucking out drunk, drinking with hey hey. I made a song for Mexi once and she hated it. She wouldn't talk to me. There's a Mexi taxi, she's so sexy, dee, 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 dee. But she hated it, so I don't sing it anymore. Yeah, same year, Sarapi. I don't, unless it's the attorneys out at lunch or something, you know. So the verdict was in before 12:15. The verdict was probably in at like 12:05, 12:05. So unless they did eat, then you know. But I don't know. Oh, it's all a bit fucking bizarre. All a bit bizarre. Maybe, but why would they bring a defendant in if the jury eating is? That's so stupid. But I don't know. Oh, that's what I mean, Katie. I know. Thanks, Katie. Oh, jinx. Christine Fortunato's in chat. She's asking what's going on. What's going on? Christine, we're on verdict watch, and the verdict is in. Oh, Christine Fortunato, the verdict is in. We're just waiting for court to go in. Verdict is in for Jose Soto-Escalera. I meant Escalera. Verdict is in, we're just waiting for the judge to come in. Oh, I don't know, Christine. What's taking so long? Lady died to the verdicts in, that is for sure. As you can see in the screen, it says verdict is in. Para verdict. Lou, where's Lou? I can't see Lou in the chat. What? Oh, you meant lady. Oh no, there's no Lou in chat. My tummy's growling. Go for clams after this. Nothing better than eating a bit of clams. Christine, yeah, I think you will find that most people will agree with you. Oh, there you go. No, because Daphne says, Lou, they were only out for about an hour. And I was like, I don't see Lou in the chat. And now I see you at the bottom. Oops. I've just joined Nolan. I'm sorry, it's unclear. Is the verdict in? Yes! Fuck's sake, Specs. You come in late and now we've got to fucking explain everything to you, Bex. Yes, it's in. Fuck's sakes. Yes, everybody, the verdict is in. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, Jose. And then next Wednesday at the earliest will be the sentencing. So, next Wednesday at the earliest will be sentencing. Ba 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 ra 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 ba 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 ba. I don't why is the court so slow? I don't get why they're so slow though. I hate this. Verdict's been in for ages. Oh, my Delilah. Why, Delilah? Ba, 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 ba. Bex only paid attention when you said the dick was in. I hope not, Christine, because they brought the defendant out, so there better not be a friggin' lunch. That was funny, Badaza. That was funny. That was funny. Hokey coke. Ba-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba. Oh, Lou, if you're here, did you know? Hey, Dana, we just played your Christmas song. Everyone loved it, Dana. But everyone's pissed at you now because their names are not on there. Everyone's like, that Dana, he made a Christmas song. None of our names are on there. Nope. Blame Dana, people. No, everyone's saying how great the song was. Yeah, Lou, Erin Hack told me that the Shannon Gardner trial, Jared Bingham trial in Florida, Josie Bias, Jose Bias. Oh, Jose Bias is here today, and also
back on the record, all parties are
Diane Minaj has joined as well. So
present. Hold off the jury. I'm told the jury has reached a verdict. Before we receive the verdict, particularly in this case, it's imperative that whoever remains here in the courtroom while we receive the verdict remains stoic and does not express himself or herself with joy or sadness or whatever it is, because there's a potential that the case continues, and that would be improperly influencing the case going on. So if you're here, make sure you can contain yourself and do not react whatsoever when the verdict comes in. If you cannot control yourself at this time, please leave, and someone else will tell you what happened. Is everyone clear on that? All right. Let's bring in the jury and we'll receive the verdict. All right, Miss Bickley, are you the foreperson? Yes. Has the jury reached a verdict? Yes. If you please hand the verdict form to the bailiff, who will hand it to me for review before it's published. The verdict is in proper form. The defendant shall remain standing while the verdict is published through the clerk.
We, the jury, find Jose Soto-Escalera as to count 1, guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of any of the above lesser offenses, you must next determine if any of the following has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check yes if proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Check no if not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. During the commission of the offense, the defendant did carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use any weapon. Yes. As to count 2, guilty of first-degree murder of an unborn child as charged in the indictment. So say we all. This 19th day of September 2025, foreperson Ariel
Bickley. Please be seated. I will poll the jury. Mr. Montecon, I believe your name is Montecon, right? My last name, have Monte on the sheet here. Mr. Montecon, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole? Miss John, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Miss, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss, as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Mr. Your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss, or your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss, your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Miss, like your name pronounced, is this your verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Yes, Your Honor.
the verdict is accepted by the court at this time. And ladies and gentlemen, the procedure that we're going to follow at this time, given your verdict, is we're going to proceed to the second phase of this trial, which is called the penalty phase. We're going to do that on Wednesday of next week. Monday, the lawyers and I are going to be working on the case in court. Tuesday is a court holiday, so we will reconvene Wednesday, the 24th at 8:45 for that proceeding. This is very important, and I've instructed the alternates the same way. They will be reappearing on that day as well. It's very important to follow that rule that I've instructed you on from the beginning of the trial, which is in relation to this case is still pending. There are still issues for you to be involved with and consider, and you should only do that based upon the formal evidence in this trial and nothing else. So you remain under that rule that I've instructed you on previously as far as not talking to anyone outside the jury, and obviously don't continue your deliberations on this case at this time. Even during the second phase of the trial with regard to that proceeding, you are not allowed to talk to each other about what's going on then as the proceeding commences. You would be able to do that once you start to deliberate at that time. Avoid all media coverage of the case. Don't do any research. So the way I refer to that is keep your mental slate clean so that it does not contain anything other than what we've discussed here on the case. With that, enjoy your weekend, enjoy your Monday and Tuesday off. On Wednesday, you'll report downstairs at 8:45 in the morning, and we'll proceed with the penalty phase of this case. Thank you for your continued service in this case, and the bailiffs will assist you at this time. They will take your notes so that you'll have them when you reconvene. And if they're in the jury room, they'll take possession of that too. So no one outside the jury will read your notes, but they will be there for you. At the end of the case, they will be destroyed. Thank you, and we'll see you on Wednesday. All right, the jury has exited the courtroom at this time. With regard to Wednesday, I've actually prepared some preliminary instructions for Wednesday's purposes, but it's going to need to have input from the lawyers. We could do that now or this afternoon, or we could do that on Monday. Really, it's your choosing. This way you can contemplate, what could be in those instructions. The template I use is the standard instruction from the Florida Supreme Court. And obviously there are things to put in there as well. It's really mostly on the state side. That doesn't have entries for mitigators. It just explains the concept of mitigation, but it does have aggravators that the state's going to be relying on. And what's unique about this case is we have two sentences. So.
Okay. Okay, we're done. So they're just discussing all that. We're back Wednesday. Lou, I was just saying that Jose Bias is the attorney for Shanna Gardner, the case in Florida, and Diane Minaj is now also made it onto the attorney team for her trial as well. She's accused of being accomplice to murder for her ex-husband. So I thought because of Matthew Moore and stuff, you'd remember Diane. And yeah, so she's just been added yesterday, according to Erin Hack, to the team. So Shanna Gardner. It's a Florida trial for Jared Bingham. Jared Bingham died, and there's three people being tried. So yeah, thank you everybody. I am going because I need to rest. So I will hopefully see you Monday for the Karen Reid hearing. It's at 2:00 in the afternoon Eastern time, 7:00 UK time. So we'll hopefully try that. There's a Zoom link, I believe, so we'll see. And then the rest of you, if you don't want to watch that, we'll be back Wednesday as well for this. Thank you, Jersey Jen. I appreciate that. Well, I'm just going to close down, and I'll see you all either Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, love you all. Well, most of you. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin Hack, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole.